just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you take a moment to begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift and float asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And it's a sleep meditation about a young boy who lives in a small little village. And in that village is the most beautiful old church. And that church sits at the heart of the village. And it towers over the rest of the village. And it's only a small village, just a handful of rows of houses, a couple of village greens, and a row with a few shops and cafes. And this small boy and his dog are roaming around one of the parks. And he can hear the rustling sound of the leaves of the trees around the outside of the park, and the few trees dotted through the park. He can smell the smell of freshly cut grass, and still hear the sound of the gardener in the park just finishing up cutting that grass. And as he walks near the flower beds, he can smell the scent of the different flowers. And he throws a tennis ball for his dog as far as he can. And the dog chases after that tennis ball as it bounces, then hits a stone and bounces at an angle, meaning the dog has to try and jump at an angle and just misses that ball, but seems to be more excited by missing the ball that it gets just a couple more seconds to chase the ball before grabbing that ball, looking over at the boy, and then running to the boy, placing that ball at his feet, and then crouching down as if prepared to run. And the boy picks up that ball again, goes to throw it, does a fake throw, watches the dog's reaction, noticing how attentive that dog is, before then throwing it as far as he can again. And this time the ball strikes a tree, bouncing off at a different angle. And so that dog goes exploring, and the ball rolls under a bush. And the dog is sniffing around near the bush. And while his dog is sniffing around, trying to figure out how to get to the ball, the boy just takes a few moments to enjoy watching the bees as they fly from plant to plant, just getting on with their work, seeming to have their own little system to how they work. And he notices some butterflies landing on some purple flowers, extending their tongues into the flowers and drinking. And he finds this all very curious and interesting. And then his dog arrives back with that ball, drops it back down next to him, and the boy picks up that ball and continues walking through the park, with the dog hopping around his legs, wanting him to throw the ball again. But the boy just keeps walking until the dog comfortably just joins in step with him, and the two of them walk the rest of the way through the park. And they walk out to just outside the churchyard. And the boy looks up at the church, and he wonders whether it would be possible to be able to reach the bell using his slingshot. And so he rests his elbows on the wall around the churchyard. He looks at his slingshot. He lines it up. And he gets himself a couple of blueberries that he's got on him, and he puts them on the wall. He decides he'll start with blueberries just to see if he can get his aim right. And the church bell seems surprisingly large for the size of the church. For although the church is larger than all the other buildings around here, it's still only a small village church. And yet this bell seems so large. And so he puts one of the blue bells into the slingshot, takes aim, closes one eye, lines it up, pulls back and then lets go, and watches as that blue bell travels a short distance and then just lands in the churchyard. And so he tries again with another blueberry, puts that into the slingshot, but the same thing happens. And so he puts the last few just in his mouth and just eats them while he tries to think of what the problem is. And then he wonders whether it's because perhaps it's not heavy enough to travel. So he tries with a stone. He gets a small stone. And as he fires that up towards the church bell, he's surprised when he thinks it looks like it's missed, but the church bell makes a really loud ding before making an equally loud dong. And he gets a little startled by this, and then realizes that his stone didn't reach the bell. It just happens that the bell ringers rung the bell just as he fired that stone. And he realized that he wouldn't be able to fire a stone that high and that far. And so he wonders whether there's any way he can make something travel far enough to hit the bell. and he feels that from where he's standing, he wouldn't be able to reach it. But he has an idea. So he gets some paper out of his backpack, and he makes a few different designs of paper aeroplane. And he tests them across the churchyard, trying to see which ones travel the furthest. He flies one with broad wings, and it travels slowly, but seems to then circle up into the air and then down into the ground. He tries one that's almost like a dart, and it travels very fast, but also very quickly just nosedives to the ground. He tries lots of different designs, until eventually he thinks he's mastered a design to make it travel far enough to reach the church. Because on the ground he can throw it, and it hits the wall quite forcefully, so he knows it could travel further than it reached. But he doesn't think it could travel up to that bell. And so he decides to walk around to the other side of the church, where there's a grand oak tree that's probably as old as the church itself. And he walks to that oak tree. He runs his fingers around that oak tree, wondering what that oak tree must have seen over all these years of growing up alongside this church. And he scrambles up into the branches and starts climbing up that oak tree, climbing higher and higher up the oak tree. And the higher he climbs up that oak tree, the more the branches sway. And he's only a small boy, and so he doesn't mind. He just holds on and keeps climbing. And once he's up near the top of that oak tree, he settles himself into a comfortable position, almost wedging himself in place to free up his hands. He then takes out his finest paper aeroplane, the one he's certain will make it to the bell. And he's attached a small paper clip to the front of that plane that helps it in this design to keep that nose on track. And he's only half as high as the tower of the church, but the bell is quite large, and so he feels from here he could probably reach that bell. And bracing his back against the branches of the tree, and keeping himself wedged against that tree, he snaps his arm to throw that paper aeroplane with a sharp jolt up towards that bell. And he notices as he does so, the wind seems to go still. And he watches as it glides higher and higher, before hearing this tiny metal on metal clink, and then watching as that paper aeroplane falls down from the bell, down inside the tower. And he's really excited that he's managed to create something that he could throw far enough to make a noise on that bell, that he could reach something so high up when he's so small. And he can hear the sound of voices coming from within the church. Then he can hear those sounds sounding like they're getting closer. And then hears the main entrance to the church open, and the sound of someone talking and saying something as they walk out the entrance. And he watches as they're looking around, holding his paper aeroplane. And he wonders whether it fell down and knocked them on the head. And they're wondering where it came from. And he watches as they look up at the tower and they look around the churchyard. And he keeps quiet in the tree. And he watches as they walk around the church. They walk under him, under the tree. They walk around the back of the church. They walk all the way around the church and then back into the church again. And you can hear them mumbling something again as they walk back into the church, as if they're talking to the others in the church, probably saying that they couldn't find whoever threw the aeroplane. And his dog is so patiently sitting at the base of the tree, just out of sight. And he walks down from that branch, climbing his way down to the next row of branches, stretching down to the branches beneath that. As the branches get thicker and thicker, and the swaying gets less and less. And then when he's down to the last few branches that are almost the main trunk, he sees this hole where a branch used to be, that was perhaps rotten and cut down, that maybe helped to keep this tree going for so long. And he peers into that hole, and he tries to squint and see what he can see in there. And he can see a little bit of light in that hole. And it looks like there are some steps. And he's a little confused by this. And so he decides that he wants to explore inside this tree. And he whistles to his dog, who stands up and walks around the tree to be in front of him. He then calls for the dog to jump up and join him, and the dog runs at the tree, jumps and scrabbles a bit, and manages to get its two front paws just high enough for the boy to be able to get his arms just under the front legs of the dog and help to pull it up into his arms. And then the boy and the dog lower themselves down through that hole. And as they lower down, so a green glow begins to illuminate the inside of this tree. And they notice that strangely the inside of the tree seems larger than it appears from the outside. And there's enough room for what appears to be a spiral staircase. And so they begin to follow those steps. and they follow down 10 steps. From 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, as they go deeper and deeper into the tree. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, as they step off of the bottom of those steps. The dogs paws make the most gentle sound on the ground, and the boy takes a couple of steps, and that green glow continues down here. And as the boy looks around, he notices what looks almost like lots of green string spread out in multiple directions down many different tunnels. And that green string has some thicker parts of string, some thinner and some incredibly fine. And they seem to be pulsing ever so slightly, with pulses of light, pulses of green light, spreading down all those strings. And the boy and the dog start walking down the tunnels, exploring these tunnels, wondering where these tunnels are. And as they walk, they find that above them is another tree and another spiral staircase, and that there seems to be tunnels coming off of all the trees. That connect from one tree to another. And that green string seems to connect from one tree to another, and seems to fill the soil around the edge of the tunnels. And its glow illuminates the tunnels. And it seems that every step the boy takes and the dog takes impart a little bit of energy to where they step, making a slightly brighter glow. And as they follow these tunnels, they end up noticing daylight in the distance. And they walk towards that daylight. And they see that there's a small hole that from the outside probably just looks like a rabbit hole. And they crawl out through that small hole, and they find that they're on the edge of the river. And they sit for a moment, listening to the river, wondering where they've been and why they've never noticed that before. And as they look back, it does look very much like a rabbit hole. They can't notice the glowing green inside there from outside here. And the boy wonders whether at night time, when it's pitch black, whether that green could be seen then, and whether perhaps no one's ever noticed because most people aren't out in this location at night time. And while they sit on the edge of that river, listening to the water flow by so calmly, feeling the warmth of the sun overhead, wondering what all the green string is, they see what looks like sparkling coming from the waterfall. And then out of that sparkling they start hearing the faint tinkling sound of tiny bells. And then what looks like a fairy flying out from the waterfall. And it flies over towards the boy and the dog. And it seems to investigate them. And while it's investigating the dog, so that dog seems to twitch its nose and be a bit irritated by this fairy floating straight in front of its nose. And then the fairy lands on a rose and calls the boy over. And that fairy begins to explain that there's more life out here than he probably realizes, that all of nature is connected. And by him going down into the roots of the trees and exploring those underground tunnels, he's become aware of something in nature that others overlook. The way that all the plants, the trees, all communicate through a web under the ground of fungus, and that connects and allows communication from the roots of all of the plants, of the flowers, of the grass, that the grass communicates when it's being walked on and what direction it's being walked on and what actions whatever's walking on it is doing, to be able to warn others of what might happen. And that fungus glows in a green glow as energy passes along it, as that communication passes along it. With some networks of the fungus passing large amounts of information and being thicker strands of fungus that then spreads out, almost like motorways breaking down into smaller roads and smaller roads as you get closer and closer to any one house. And the boy, just being a child, didn't even bat an eyelid to hearing all this. It just seemed like a perfectly acceptable, normal thing. As the fairy continued to explain, and then that fairy took off again and flew back towards the waterfall. And the child and the dog decided to walk back to that churchyard. And as they arrived back at the churchyard, they walked up to the church, and the boy wanted to collect his paper aeroplane so that he could place it on a shelf at home, the paper aeroplane that reached the top of the church. And so the boy and the dog went to the church door, carefully and attempted to quietly open that door, as it made a large, heavy wooden door sound and creaked open. And he couldn't hear any voices in here now. And he walked into the church and could see the way the sun was shining through the stained glass windows on one side of the church, illuminating those stained glass windows with the most beautiful, vivid colours, and the way that light was cast across the floor and the walls of the church. And he walked through the coloured light, looking around to spot his paper aeroplane. And then he saw the aeroplane just sitting on a table near the tower. And he went over and picked up the paper aeroplane and walked to the tower and looked up at the bell overhead and the rope hanging down, and the rope was currently attached, wound up at the wall, but he just looked up and wondered whether someone had been stood there with that rope when that paper aeroplane had fallen down the tower. And being a child, something about this made him smile. The thought of an adult wondering where this random paper aeroplane had come from, falling out of the sky. And he left the churchyard, and began to find his way back, all the way back home. He went back through the park. He walked back to his street, turned down his street, arrived at home, went up to his room. He let his parents know as he was walking up to his room that he was back home now. He placed that paper aeroplane right in the centre of his mantelpiece, with it taking pride of place. He then went back downstairs. He sat down on a sofa in the living room. As his mum started talking to him from the kitchen, asking if he's had a nice afternoon, saying that he probably needs to wash himself and sort himself out for dinner. And so he takes his dog, and the two of them clean themselves up, ready for dinner time. And in the time it takes them to do that, the sun comfortably sets. He can smell the waft of dinner. And he sits and enjoys dinner with his parents, with his dog sat at his feet, occasionally secretly passing little bits of food down to his dog, while keeping his eyes fixed on his parents, unaware that the parents know exactly what he's doing. And he looks down and is sure that his dog is smiling back up at him as it rests back down again in such a loving, kind way at his feet. And after dinner, his mum says that he can stay up a little later tonight so that he can enjoy the eclipse. And his dad had been setting up a few cameras out in the garden to try and get the best photos he can of the eclipse. and they'd set up some deck chairs. The mum made some warm popcorn and some hot chocolate to drink, and they wrapped up warm, sat in the deck chairs, tilted back, gazing up at the sky. And the dad kept getting up and taking photos, and then resting back in the deck chairs, and then getting up, taking photos, and then resting back in the deck chair as the eclipse went on, and kept on explaining what's going on and what could be seen in the sky, and the occasional cloud would pass across the moon. And they all just rest back in the deck chairs as the moon began to look like it was being eaten. Went from a full moon to gradually getting darker and darker as the Earth's shadow moved across the moon, until it was the most beautiful pinky red colour in the sky. And the boy was just eating his popcorn, drinking the hot chocolate, enjoying the experience. The mum was asking him if he's enjoying the experience, and was enjoying the experience herself. The dad was frantically taking photos, trying to get the best pictures that he could. Looking through one camera, then another, moving the cameras. Then after a while, a bright white line appeared on one side of the moon as the shadow began to move across the moon, moving off of the moon. And the boy was getting more and more tired. He found that he was beginning to yawn so much. Then the mum said, "That's not surprising that you seem to be tired. It's really late and past your bedtime." And as the eclipse was coming to an end, the dad explained that although it looks like it's ended, the shadow isn't completely off the moon, that there's a dark shadow that passes across the moon, and then there's a lighter shadow that passes across the moon, and that there's still many hours until that lighter, almost imperceptible shadow finishes passing across the moon. And the mum says, "You can stay out here taking photos if you want, but I think we'll go to bed now." And the son agreed. And he was pretty much out of popcorn and hot chocolate now, so he was more than happy to go to bed. He'd seen the best part of the eclipse. He'd had the most interesting day. He went upstairs, got himself ready for bed, and got into bed. His mum kissed him on the forehead and said good night. His dad came in, kissed him on the forehead and said good night, and said that he'll show him the photos in the morning. They then shut his bedroom door, and with his dog lying in a dog bed in the corner of the room, curled up, already about to fall asleep, he settled down, thinking about the day that he'd had. and he could just hear the gentle bubbling of the fish tank that was over at the side of his room, the very slight glow from that fish tank. And he always found that gentle bubbling in the fish tank helped focus his mind as he drifted and floated so comfortably asleep, sleeping so well all night long, knowing that he'll awaken in the morning feeling refreshed, revitalized, and ready to enjoy the next day. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And this sleep meditation is about a young boy who is walking through a meadow along the edge of some woodland. And the other side of that young boy, the other side of the meadow, is the most beautiful, calm lake. And this boy is walking along with a young little unicorn. And it's a white unicorn with some slight pink patches on the unicorn's back and its sides, and a tiny horn that spirals from its forehead. And they're walking along through that meadow, and they can see a large area of tulips blowing so comfortably in the breeze, and tall, thick blades of grass. And as that breeze blows across the grass, they can notice the way that grass moves, noticing the way the blades of grass are darker on one side than the other. So as that breeze blows across the grass, so it appears like dark bands and then light bands, passing one way and then the other across the meadow. And the breeze is just ever so slight, just enough for that boy to feel that comfortable breeze on his face. And they continue on until they find a space where that meadow evens out, and they find some stones, some larger stones, some smaller stones. They set up a camp near the larger stones, where they can sit on those stones. They make a campfire. The young boy goes and gathers some wood and then lights that fire. And the boy and that unicorn just sit and relax as the sun begins to set in the background. And while the sun sets, the sky begins to turn the most beautiful shades of pinks and reds. And the clouds begin to reflect on the surface of the calm water of the lake. And those pink clouds overhead make it seem almost like the sparkling reflections catching on the waves are like little pink sparkling diamonds in the water. And they can hear the sound of the daytime animals calming down in the woodland behind them, the way the wind is very slightly blowing a breeze through the trees, and they sit and relax as the evening sets in. And the boy looks over at the unicorn and thinks that unicorn looks a bit sad. And the boy asks the unicorn if they're okay. And the unicorn explains that as they were walking along, they saw their reflection in the edge of the lake. And as they walked past and saw their reflection, it noticed that its head looked so large compared to its body. And the boy commented that there's nothing wrong with how the unicorn looks. And the unicorn explained that some of the older unicorns had been taking the mickey out of them because of the size of their head. And so, since then, it's just been playing on their mind. And the boy listened along and was very supportive of the unicorn. And they commented about how they don't see anything at all wrong with how the unicorn looks. But at the same time, they're aware that this is how the unicorn feels. And the unicorn is aware that the boy is entitled to their opinion as well. And after the conversation, they sit in silence for a little while as they listen to the different nighttime sounds beginning to increase as the last glowing from the sun fades over the horizon. And they find something deeply relaxing about these nighttime sounds. And the boy mentions how the young unicorns always start out with different parts of their body growing at different rates. It's very common for many unicorns to have their heads grow slightly faster than their body and their horn, and yet the older unicorns will already have gone through that stage. And the unicorn is aware of this, but still didn't like being picked on for it. And as they sat there and they talked, the unicorn was glad to have a friend like this young boy. They regularly went out on different adventures together. And just then they started to hear this slight popping sound coming from over the lake. And as they gazed out over the lake, under the moonlight, they could see these little sparkles appearing just above the surface of the water. And the sparkles didn't seem to be just a reflection of moonlight. They seemed to be sparkles that were emitting light. And the two of them went to the lake's edge to get a closer look. And at the lake's edge, they could hear that trickling water sound of the water gently rolling in by their feet. And as they looked out over the lake, they could see bubbles rising up from the lake and bursting a short distance above the lake. Some burst almost as soon as they left the water. Others rose just a little bit higher before bursting. But each single one seemed to burst into a sprinkle of sparkling light. And the sparkling light seemed to come from the bubbles themselves. And they were curious what these sparkles were and what these bubbles were. And they watched for a while before hearing a slight humming or buzzing, approaching, getting closer and closer to them. And then after a moment, they saw a green fairy flying into view, and it was a small fairy, and it flew over to them. And the boy held out one of his hands, and the fairy hovered just above his hand, almost touching his hand. And the boy could feel the slight wavy, tickly feeling of the breeze from the fairy's wings beating rapidly. And it was almost like someone waving paper close to a hand. And this fairy began to talk to them. The fairy told them that she wanted to take them on an adventure. She had a mission for them to be involved in. She asked if they were interested. And of course the young boy was interested in adventure. So the three of them set off from the camp, and they headed into the woods. And as they headed deeper and deeper into the woods, the fairy seemed to glow brighter and brighter, as if to illuminate the path ahead. And they followed that fairy deeper and deeper into the woodland. And the fairy's light illuminated the tree trunks, cast different shadows from the branches, the leaves, as they walked deeper and deeper into that woodland. And there was so much less light getting through here, the moonlight could barely penetrate the canopy overhead. And there was very little breeze in here deep in the woods. And as they carried on, walking deeper and deeper into the woods, the boy was curious what they were searching for and what they were going to find. And after a few moments, the fairy seemed to turn off of this path that they were following and turn along a path that seemed like no one had ever trodden it. And they carefully pushed their way between the trees, carefully navigating over roots sticking out from under the ground, around and under and over different branches, around different plants in the ground. And they continued their journey deeper into the woods until they found a specific tree that seemed to be covered in the softest, greenest moss. And the boy gently ran his fingers through and around that moss, feeling almost like he was touching the softest, thickest hair. And he noticed how that moss seemed to have such a soft and cool feel to it. And as he ran his hand around the tree, so he noticed there was a bit of tree sticking out. And the fairy had started to ascend the tree. And as that fairy ascended, the unicorn realized that they can't climb the tree. And the boy didn't want to leave the unicorn at the bottom of the tree. So the fairy said that they can help the unicorn to be able to join in the journey and make it up this tree. And the fairy flew over to the unicorn. She waved her magic wand over the unicorn's head. Sparkles came from the wand, spiraled around, spread out, and spiraled and surrounded the horn of the unicorn, and then continued to spiral with light around the head and the body of the unicorn, with that spiraling, sparkling light getting brighter and brighter, sparkling more and more, like thousands of incredibly tiny twinkling bells spiraling around the unicorn. And then as that spiraling light began to fade and the bells began to quieten down in the background, so the young unicorn was revealed to now have grown wings. And those wings were almost like the wings of a dove. And the unicorn stretched its wings and flexed its wings and beat its wings so gently and so easily and effortlessly the unicorn raised off of the ground. The unicorn seemed to be able to fly with very little use of its wings. And then that fairy flew up into the tree, the boy climbed the tree, and the unicorn followed, flying carefully around the trunk, weaving between the branches, flying higher and higher into the tree. And high up in the tree, they saw a hole into the tree, and the fairy flew through the hole. The boy followed through the hole, and the unicorn followed into the hole. And as they passed through the hole, so it was almost like they were passing from darkness into light. They found themselves exiting the hole at the top of a meadow, and they were looking down over the most beautiful summer's day, over a river, sparkling in the sunlight, birds flying overhead, bunny rabbits hopping around in the meadow, stopping occasionally to nibble at grass and other flowers, and then continuing to hop around again. And the fairy said to keep following and keep up. And so they followed that fairy down through the meadow, all the way down to the river. And the river was a winding river. And so they followed along the edge of this winding river. And eventually they found themselves arriving at an ocean. And down in the distance, in one direction, they could see a ship that looked like a pirate ship, and it looked like there were some small boats coming from that pirate ship up onto the shore. And it looked like perhaps they were heading into a cave, maybe hiding some treasure in the cave. And the boy was excited and wanted to go and see more. But the fairy said that you're on a mission. Sometimes, when you're on a mission, you need to keep focused on that mission. You can't just let every exciting thing distract you. And so with one eye almost fixed on those pirates, the boy followed the fairy in the other direction. And that unicorn is walking along, and occasionally the unicorn would decide to fly. They were trying to decide whether they preferred walking or flying. They found that even when they're flying, their legs seem to act like they're walking through the air. And they continued along, and they could see that there are cliffs in this direction as well. that the ground was rising up into those tall cliffs, and they walked along in front of those tall cliffs, and the fairy guided them towards a cave. And this cave had the ocean also driving itself into that cave. And so as they walked into the cave, they could notice the salty spray from that sea water rolling in, striking the back of the cave, splashing up, crashing back down, and then rolling back out again. And the sunlight from outside the cave occasionally would catch some of that spray of water, and a fleeting rainbow would pass from one side of the cave to the other. And then after a few moments, the water would strike the back of the cave again, more spray would be created, and another rainbow would carefully pass its way across the cave. And it seemed so rhythmic. And they continued to climb up inside that cave, above the water, before turning down a smaller path, heading deeper and deeper into this cave. And while heading deeper and deeper into the cave, they started to notice, after a little while of darkness, with the only light being the light from the fairy, that there seems to be other lights down here. There seem to be flaming torches placed at even spaces apart down the cave corridor and out into a chamber. And as they headed out into the chamber, they could see people milling around, laughing, being friendly with each other, seeming so relaxed. They saw that there was steam seeming to hover a little way off the ground, filling the chamber. And they discovered that this chamber resembles a Roman bath, as if it's been built here deep in this cave on purpose. And there are people in the water relaxing, floating on their backs. Some people socializing in that water. Those floating on their backs seem to just have their ears under the water, listening to the relaxing underwater sounds with their eyes closed, absorbed in their own world as they drift and float in that warm, comfortable water. And the three of them headed past this area down into another tunnel and continued following this tunnel all the way to another chamber. And the boy was curious about who would build a Roman bathhouse like that under the ground. And the fairy explained that there's a hot spring deep under the ground, and as the seawater rolls in, it gets warmed up, it rises up through the ground, it bubbles up into these hot springs. And so they have just built the bathhouse over the top of those salty hot springs, and that it creates these salty baths that you can lie back on and just float so gently and comfortably on. And the unicorn thought to themselves they'd quite like to just go back and do that. They'd quite like to go into the water and just drift and float and relax. And the fairy explained that we've got a mission. You've got to keep on task. You can't be distracted by every little thing. We need to focus on just one thing at a time, that there'll be time for doing other things later. And so they continued on their journey as that unicorn kept one eye looking back, hearing the sounds of them having fun behind them, receding into the distance as they continued forward, deeper and deeper on their journey. And while they continued forward, they ended up coming out into an even larger chamber. And this chamber is even brighter illuminated, and it seems to have a hole in the roof of the chamber, as if at some point way back in the distant past, this cave had caved in, and so some of that vegetation had began to grow down into the cave where the sunlight had broken through and illuminated areas inside this cave. And not only were there vines hanging down and around the walls and trees growing out from the walls, but the people here had created the most incredible and intricate and the most beautiful hanging garden in this cave, with a certain level of depth and texture with the way the plants had been used. And they could smell the smells of the plants and notice the difference and the changes to the smells of the plants as the slight breeze blew into the chamber and circulated the air, where you'd just suddenly get a whiff of a different scent of different flowers, and within a few steps you could notice a very different smell of a plant, and then a few more steps you could notice another very different smell of a plant. And looking around, noticing butterflies and bees and other animals moving from plant to plant, and noticing that there seemed to be a whole ecosystem down here in this cave. And the boy really wanted to check out the different parts of the hanging garden. He was fascinated by the way some bits were on different levels, some bits were hanging, some bits were overhanging, and that the hanging garden had been built into what was naturally here, merging the hanging garden in with the natural foliage of this area, managing to give it a natural look. And yet it was clearly designed. And the fairy said, no, we have to keep moving. You can't just let every little thing distract you. We need to keep moving. And so they continued their journey. They continued to walk through this area. And the boy kept one eye on what they really wanted to be exploring, while trying to almost mentally memorize all the different smells as they passed through them. And eventually they arrived at a large wooden arched door. And the fairy hovered near the door and asked the boy to open it. And the boy went over to that door and carefully, with curiosity, opened that door, wondering what would be on the other side, wondering what would be even more impressive or even more important than everything that he's missed out on stopping at thus far. And as he opens the door, so he finds that this is the end of this cave system, that the other side of this door opens out into something that makes him feel a sense of awe and wonder. He sees a large, towering Colosseum. And this Colosseum is surrounded by the most beautiful fields of corn, with the ears of corn just waving so gently in the breeze. And there was very little else to see in all directions. And the boy had this feeling like time here had slowed right down, almost as if somehow, as he was opening the door, time was slowing down, as if birds were beating their wings slower, as if the corn was waving slower and more relaxed, as if his eyes said that they want everything to slow down, they want to enjoy this moment, they want to savour this moment, they want to take all of this moment in. And as they walked through the door and down towards the Colosseum, they continued to follow a path. And while following the path, they looked around themselves, looking over at the corn, looking at the birds overhead, heading all the way and into the Colosseum. And in the Colosseum, they noticed that the floor seemed to be removed, that it looked like it had a replaceable base, and it looked like parts of that base had been removed to reveal the depths under the Colosseum. And one thing that they could see as they walked into the Colosseum was that the river, which had evidently been weaving its way around the other side of these cliffs and had probably taken a very long, different journey, seemed to have reached this point. And at this point, it was flowing into and underneath the Colosseum, forming a waterfall. And in that waterfall, there was a water wheel. And that water wheel was powering a fountain that was on display in another part of the Colosseum. And they walked down to the base of the Colosseum. They went over near the fountain. The boy put his hands into the water. He splashed a little bit of that water onto his face, over his eyes. He could breathe in the soft smell of the water. He could feel the coolness of that water on his cheeks and over his eyes. And the unicorn followed along, sticking close to that boy. And they then headed in the direction of the waterfall. And they followed some steps down at the far side of the Colosseum to go down under the main surface, all the way down and over to that waterfall. And the fairy led them along the edge of the river as it flowed under the Colosseum, and they could hear behind them that almost thundering sound of the waterfall and the sound of the water wheel creaking in the background. And as they continued, the thundering sound soothed and calmed down in the background, and the water flowed slower and calmed down as that river began to broaden out. And they followed the river into what seemed like another cave here under the Colosseum. And the fairy explained that this channel was made by the water, over thousands of years of this water flowing down into the ground and flowing through this rock. And so this was the perfect place to build this Colosseum, because it allowed very little effort to be able to do some incredible shows, to be able to do fountains on display, to be able to do other water-based displays in the Colosseum. And as they continued to walk along the edge of the river here, deep underground, they followed the light of the fairy, and the boy was curious where they were heading. And as they continued, they discovered another door. And the fairy asked the boy to open the door, and they passed in through the door into what was almost like somebody's house, that it looked like somebody lived here, and it was shaped like a cave carved in the rock, made to be something to live in. There was furniture that looked like it had been personally made. There was bits of trees. There was books on the walls. There was various shelves and other items. And lying on the floor by the fireplace was a golden dog, seemingly just resting and sleeping there in front of that fire. And the boy went over to the dog. The boy stroked that dog, could feel the warmth of its fur, could feel the dog breathing in and out in that sleepy, relaxed way. And then the boy started looking at the books on the shelves, and would take some of those old books off the shelves, and would feel the texture of the old paper, would smell those old books, would run his fingers down the paper, down those pages, to feel the way the ink had been written onto the pages. And then the boy heard a man's voice behind him. And the voice said, "You like those books, do you not?" And the boy, slightly startled, knowing that he'd never seen a man there, turned around, and as he turned around, he thought that he had got a glimpse of this man seeming a bit fuzzy, and he wondered whether his eyes had perhaps just struggled to focus for a moment. And then he realized that this man was that golden dog. And the fairy explained that this man is a wizard, and that they are a shapeshifter, and that they're actually a lot more than that, and that some people in the past had referred to them as being a god, and when they're here on earth, they're able to look how they choose to look. They can look like a dog, they can look like a man, or look like anything else they choose. And the man explained that before any guests had arrived, they were feeling sleepy, so they decided to rest in front of the fire. And they know that resting in front of a fire is probably best done as a dog, where you can curl up. You can allow your fur to absorb some of the warmth from the fire, so that it almost feels like you've got an inbuilt blanket hugging you while you relax and sleep. But once he heard guests arriving, and then You came over, woke him up. He knew that he's going to have to engage in some kind of conversation, and so he shifted his appearance to that of a man, and the fairy explained that they're here on a mission, and this wizard asked how they can help. And the wizard spoke with the fairy for a while, and then he spoke with the boy about how brave the boy was, and how impressed he is that this boy has made it this far without being distracted on his journey. And then he excitedly noticed the unicorn, and he swung his arms open and said, "Ah, Pegasus," as he went over and picked him up and gave him a big squeeze, the biggest hug Pegasus had ever received. And he said, "I've been waiting for your arrival for a very long time." And Pegasus said that that isn't their name. And the man said that it is your name. You just didn't know that it was your name yet. He's been waiting a very long time. You have some very important missions to do in the future. And you'll know what you'll be doing in the future when you get there. And this young boy has important things in the future that they'll be doing. And you'll be doing those things together. And I've been waiting a very long time for the two of you to arrive here in this world. And the wizard explained that that's all for another day. That isn't why you're here now. Just be aware that in the future you've got a lot of important things that you'll be doing. And Pegasus was confused by this, but he quite liked the name. And Pegasus decided that he was going to adopt that name from now on, because whenever he heard that name, he almost felt a sense of his chest pushing out, his shoulders pulling back, and a feeling of confidence, like somehow that name meant something to him. And the boy then asked, "What is it that is the mission for him and Peggy to do?" And the boy looked over towards Pegasus and smiled. And the fairy explained that there's a tree that they have to get to, and that this wizard can help them to that tree. She explained what the tree is, and the man said that they know exactly how to help. And they went to one of their many bookcases. He waved his finger along in front of the different books, as if searching for one specific book. And once he'd found it, he'd stopped moving his finger and his hand. He moved his hand forward. He picked the book off the shelf. He opened the book, and on the page that he opened that book at was a circle that looked almost black. And the wizard ran his finger around the circle, and as he did, he made a few noises with his mouth. And while making those noises with his mouth, his eyes seemed to glaze over. And as his eyes glazed over, so the black circle started to form, almost like it was forming into a tunnel that leapt from the page. almost like a twister forming from the book upwards and outwards towards the wall. And as it moved over to a blank space on a wall, it continued to spin faster and faster. And on that wall, it started to form as if it was forming deeper and becoming more solid, and almost turning into a tunnel, and the centre of that circle began to go misty. And the circle looked almost like someone was scribbling rapidly with charcoal on the wall, with mist in the centre becoming denser and denser, until that mist seemed to disappear into the wall. And the circle began to gain more and more depth. And after just a few moments, the mist started to clear, and they could notice that there was now a tunnel leading through to a clearing. They could see a meadow on a hill, and on the centre of that hill was what almost looked like an oak tree. But this oak tree seemed to have slightly glistening leaves. And the wizard said, "Okay, off you go." And the fairy, Pegasus, and the boy walked through that hole in the wall and out into the meadow. And in every direction they looked was blue sky, white fluffy clouds, and just this meadow endlessly going on in all directions, was just that one tree in the middle with the most beautiful wild flowers surrounding it. There was no sign of any other animals, no sign or sounds of birds, and they walked towards that tree. And as they got closer to that tree, so the boy noticed that the leaves on the tree seemed to be shimmering with a slight golden hue. And the boy thought perhaps there was some water resting on those leaves, being caught in an evening sun. And as they arrived at the tree, the fairy said that we need to pick as many of the leaves as we can. And the boy asked, could she not have made this journey herself? Were they really needed to come along with her? And the fairy explained that there are some doors that she wouldn't have been able to get through because of her size, and that these leaves aren't as easy as you imagine to pick, and you'll find out why when you try. And so the boy said that he'll climb the tree and he'll try. And the boy found that he couldn't manage to get a grip on the trunk to climb the tree. So the fairy said that you were both needed. And the boy climbed onto Pegasus' back, and Pegasus gently flapped their wings and started to trot gently off the ground, up into the air, spiralling, trotting gently around the trunk of the tree, rising up that tree to the level of the leaves. And the boy grabbed one of the leaves and had to pull hard on the leaf with two hands to try to just get that one leaf pulled off the tree. And as he pulled that leaf off the tree, it came off almost with a snap, and it was significantly heavier than he expected it to be. And the boy asked the fairy, "What is it with these leaves?" And he asked, "Why are they so heavy?" And the fairy explained that this tree is a magical tree. It's grown on a site that's got a lot of gold buried underneath it. And because of the way this tree works, it sucks up tiny particles of that gold, which spread up through the tree and spread out into the leaves. And the leaves fill with that gold. And eventually there's no room left in the leaves for anything else. And the only way for this tree to grow new leaves is for the old leaves to be plucked down. And so that's what they're here to do, to pluck down as many of those leaves as they can. And once the leaves are plucked down, the remaining leaves will then be able to fall from the tree, and then the tree will grow new, fresh leaves over a period of time. And the fairy explained that we need these leaves for a specific purpose. And they pluck as many of those leaves down as they can, and as many as they can carry, and they continue their journey back, with Pegasus carrying many of the leaves on his back, and the boy carrying as many leaves as he can carry, and the fairy trying to carry some leaves too. And they continue their journey back through the meadow, back through that portal into that house, and the wizard asks if they've got what they came for, and the fairy says that they do. And the wizard says, "I'll see you two in the future when you're all grown up. You have important work to do." And then they leave, and they find their way back to the Colosseum. They find their way back to that fountain. They find their way back through to the Hanging Garden, this time stopping and enjoying some time at the Hanging Garden, taking plenty of time to rest and relax in this Hanging Garden before going through to the baths. And at the baths, Pegasus runs towards the water, leaps in the air, pulls his wings in, and dive bombs into the water, making the largest splash. And the boy carefully just walks in from the edge, turns to face his back to the water, lowers himself down so that his shoulders are under the water, and then gently pushes off from the edge, floating on the surface, while the fairy waits off at the side of the pool for the two of them to finish having their fun. And after a while, the two of them leave the baths with the fairy, find their way back through the cave, find they're all the way back to the seashore. And back at the seashore they walk along and can see that the pirate ship seems to have gone. And the boy is curious whether they should explore that cave and see what the pirates left there. But they decide that that's something they can do another day, and for now they'll just continue their journey. They find the way back to coming out in the woodland discovering that it's still night time here. They descend the tree, head back through the woods, find their way back to that path, find their way along the path, all the way back to the lake. And once they're back at the lake, the boy and Pegasus wonder what these leaves are needed for. And the fairy explains that the first thing to do with these leaves is to make a campfire and to boil some water over the campfire. And so the boy makes the campfire again and starts boiling some water. The fairy says that now you just need to drop the leaves into the water. So the boy carefully drops those leaves into the water and notices that the leaves themselves begin to disintegrate in the boiling water. And the leaf seems to separate from the gold within the leaf, from the veiny-looking structure of the leaf. And then they take the water off the heat, and while that water is cooling down, the fairy tells stories about otherworldly things, things to discover in the future. And once the water has cooled enough, they carefully take those leaves out of the water, and they realize that it's now just gold in the shape of the veins of the leaf. And the fairy explains that these are needed to be placed in this lake for the next generation of fairies that will be born, that these leaves will sink to the bottom of the lake. They'll sink down deep into the silt in the bottom of the lake. And as the next generation of fairies are born in the future, so these leaves will become the wings of those next generation of fairies, that these golden veins of the leaves will become the wings of those fairies of the future, that her wings came from someone doing this many years ago. The boy was curious how this works, and the fairy explained that she doesn't know, that it seems to be magic. They seem to settle on the silt, sink into the silt, and the fairies are born within the lake. And it's just known the fairies suddenly spring into life, suddenly exist and have consciousness, and then they swim to the surface in a bubble of air. And that bubble of air is reinforced with the sparkling energy of magic. And as those bubbles break the surface, it's almost like breaking out of an egg. They break free of that bubble of air in a sparkle of light. And what were once heavy and golden are now soft and supple, are lighter than feather wings. And the fairy gently lands on the boy's hand so that she can just stand there and relax her wings. And until this point, the boy had only ever seen a slight blur behind the body of the fairy, where the wings were beating so fast. And now, with her stationery gently resting on his hand, he could see the wings illuminated by the fire, by the moonlight. He could see the golden colour. He could see how delicate the wings were. He could see the veins of the wings and how leaf-like they looked. And then the fairy launched again off of his hand, and the wings turned back to a blur. And after the boy helped the fairy, the boy and the unicorn settled down for the night to relax and sleep and camp out for the night. And the next day they headed home, excited by the experience that they had had. And they tried to tell others about their experience, but nobody seemed to believe them. But they knew that the experience was real. They knew that they would be having some future experiences. And they decided that they don't mind what others think. The important thing is their knowledge and what they think. And that night, while thinking of what these future experiences and adventures are going to be, the two of them smiled and relaxed and drifted and floated so peacefully, so comfortably and so relaxed, asleep for the night. Just take a moment to allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And while you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And this sleep meditation is about an owl. And this owl is sitting in a tree in some woodland on a snowy night. And the snow is falling down in large flakes, large clumps of snow just slowly falling down to join the snow on the ground. And as that owl rests in that tree, all hunched up, keeping itself comfortable, feeling the wind passing through its feathers, hearing that wind as it passes its ears, the owl can see out into the darkness, into the night time. And there's a certain glow in the way the light bounces around off the snow on the ground, bounces around off the low white clouds, and is even bouncing off of each individual clump of snow falling through the sky. And as that owl just rests there, listening to the sound of the snow hitting the branches of the tree, that dull thud of each individual clump of snow, it closes its eyes and begins to drift into a reverie. And as it drifts inside its mind, it begins to imagine what it would be like to be somewhere warmer. And while it begins to imagine being somewhere warmer, so it begins to feel warmer. almost like that warmth in its mind begins to pass through its body. And as it imagines being somewhere warmer, so it begins to hear the sound of waves rolling in on a shore, and then begins to catch glimpses of light and just flashes here and there that start to form into the scene of being in a tree, looking out over a sandy beach, with the sun blazing overhead, feeling the warmth of that sun on its face, hearing the sounds of seabirds and the rustling leaves of the tree that it's resting in, the sounds of children playing way down the beach. And it launches out of that tree and flies down to the beach, to some driftwood resting on that beach. It lands so delicately on the driftwood, almost as if it weighs almost nothing at all. And from this close, it can hear almost the individual grains of sand being pulled back into the sea as those waves pull back into the sea. And the owl rests on this beach, gazing out over the sea, having this feeling like it would rather be here than where it was. That it prefers the warmth of this weather than that dark, cold, snowy night, and that although it liked the dulling of the sound caused by the snow, it preferred the warmth of the sun. And as that owl rested there on that beach, it could hear a plane passing overhead. And with its incredible eyes, it gazed up at that plane, and it saw the strangest of things. It saw that piloting that plane appeared to be a fish, that it appeared that the plane was full of water. At least the cabin and what you could see through the windows was full of water. And the fish seemed to be piloting the plane, almost like it had a headset on, and like it was moving its head slightly left, right, up or down, or tilting itself slightly to control the movement of that plane. And so the owl watched as that plane flew overhead, curious about where this place is, where it had taken itself inside its mind, to this unusual land. And it wondered what it would be like to be a fish. It knows what it's like to be a bird. It knows what it's like to fly. But what would it be like to be a fish? And it decided to fly up and try to reach that plane. And so it flew up, and the plane wasn't as far away as it thought. It turned out that the plane looked a long way away, but actually the plane was smaller than expected, and the fish was a normal size. And so that owl flew towards that plane. And the size of the owl compared to the plane meant that they were almost the same size as each other. and the owl flew so much quieter than the plane, and it gazed in to try and get a closer look at that fish and how it was piloting that plane. And it could see that the fish seemed to have to give a lot of concentration to that piloting. And from up here, looking down over the ocean, the two of them noticed what looked like a giant jelly island bobbing up and down on the sea. And it seemed to wave and move and bob with the waves as they flowed under it. And then noticed that little tentacles could just about be seen coming from that jelly island down there. And the owl realised that it was a giant jellyfish, just floating with the currents of the ocean. It didn't seem to be putting any effort into directing itself or trying to go anywhere. And the owl wondered whether it was going to get close to the shore, or whether it was going to start putting some effort into moving itself away from the shore. And the owl watched with intrigue as that jellyfish got closer and closer to the shore. But before the jellyfish reached the shore, it started to glow and pulsate with colours of light. And despite the bright sunlight shining down on the ocean, and the twinkling that was reflected off the waves as they rolled by, the circular, coloured lights glowing and emanating from that jellyfish increased and increased, and got brighter and brighter, until the owl began to hear a hum. And then that jellyfish seemed to almost push itself out of the water and start to rise up into the sky. And as that hum continued, so the owl noticed that the humming started coming from other areas around them. And as they looked around, they saw that other jellyfish were rising up out of the water, until in every direction above the ocean, the owl could just see hundreds and hundreds of glowing, pulsating jellyfish with their tentacles hanging low beneath them, almost touching the water, while they towered high above the water, seemingly swimming in the air. And the owl wondered what on earth was going on, and the fish started weaving and piloting around those jellyfish to avoid them, before deciding to pull up to fly higher than the jellyfish. The owl, on the other hand, decided to head back towards the shore and to get a different vantage point on what was going on. And the owl landed back on that driftwood and looked out over the ocean and could see the way seawater was still pouring down off of the backs of some of those jellyfish that were still rising up out of the water, and could hear the hum of each of the jellyfish individually, and how that hum was beginning to synchronize, almost like the hums of all the jellyfish started off at different times as each one independently began their ascent into the sky. But then once they were in the sky, they would join in, synchronizing their hum with the hum of the others. And although The hum was loud. There was a certain comfort to the hum. There was a certain deepness to the hum, something that seemed to almost resonate through that owl, almost making its feathers tingle and twitch with the excitement or the electricity from that hum, like having some kind of a massage pulsating down through the body. And the owl almost felt like it wanted to go with that humming, buzzing, massage-like feeling and drift inside deeper and deeper and become even more deeply relaxed. And as it felt that way, so the sky began to turn purple. And it was such a calming, profound experience. And the ocean began to turn golden, almost like the most perfect golden ocean of a sunset. And that ocean quietened down as if the waves stopped making a sound as they reached the shore. And background sounds, like the sounds of children playing off in the distance, faded away. And the sounds of seabirds began to fade away. And it was as if this land was transforming into something else. And then mountains started forming off in the distance, and then seemingly forming closer and closer, but not blasting their way up from beneath the ocean, just seeming to begin to appear, almost like someone was shaking sand and turning that into a different picture. And the ocean was the last thing to start to disappear, with that ocean turning to an ocean of sand, before it began to turn into the greenest, most beautiful meadow, surrounded by forest, with mountains in the distance, mountains around the outside, almost like this was a closed-off valley, with those jellyfish high overhead, seemingly causing this with their hum. And then that hum began to die down, and those jellyfish just remained there, hovering in the sky, silently, their tentacles hanging down, just gently waving, almost like waving in a breeze, pulses of light travelling up and down them, the slight flapping, moving of the underside of the jellyfish, as if to keep them floating on the spot that they're in, with the whole experience somehow feeling profound. And the owl began to fly through the meadow, flew out as far as the first jellyfish. And as it flew out and perched on the grass underneath that first jellyfish, it could smell that slight salty smell in the air, giving away where these jellyfish came from. The owl could still hear that fish flying overhead, and could look up and see that fish circling around, trying to work out what's going on from up there. And the owl walked over to one of the jellyfish's tentacles, and the tentacle seemed to rise up in front of the owl as if to meet that owl. And the owl gently touched that tentacle, and as it did, it was almost as if it had created a psychic connection with the jellyfish. And this jellyfish communicated that we're the keepers of wisdom and knowledge, that we hold all of the knowledge of the universe within us, of all of the multiple universes, that we're the keepers of the sacred libraries. And this owl wondered what they were talking about. And the jellyfish communicated into the owl's mind that in the future they will be in their own libraries, where they'll be keepers of their own area of knowledge, for those seeking knowledge and wisdom to come and find, and that they're immortal. They were here at the beginning of time, in one form or another, and they'll be here at the end of time. But to them, there is no difference between the beginning of time and the end of time. They're timeless. To them, all time is now. And they're able to process that, and process the input of every now happening at once, from others past, present, and future. And that there's a big chunk of now for them, where there's nothing but them. But now is when they've manifested as these timekeepers, as these knowledge keepers, in this form, and that you happen to be here to see this. And the owl wondered what kind of a dream this was. And the jellyfish communicated, this isn't any ordinary dream. You've travelled back through time, to a time before the times you know, to a time when we began here, taking on this role, in this place, in this form. And the owl then watches as the different jellyfish begin to slowly spread out, as if they're beginning to travel to various locations around the planet, where they'll settle into their new locations. And while they travel out and around, a golden apple falls down before that owl. And the owl scratches at that apple a bit and realizes it's just like an ordinary apple, but it looks golden and it's glowing. And the owl cuts the apple open into slices and starts to eat some of that apple. And as it does, it hears the sound of an eagle and the sound of giant beating wings. And it wonders where that's coming from. And it turns its head and pinpoints the direction of the sound. And then sees off in the distance a large creature heading its way. And that creature gets closer and closer, until it's almost upon the owl, where it suddenly swoops down, and the owl realizes that it's a griffin with its body of a lion, its giant eagle wings, its eagle head. And it lands so gracefully, pops its wings back on its back, tucks them in. And as it lands, it seems to almost let out a lion-like purr, which seems out of place, from its beak. And it heads over to the owl, and in a deep, almost booming voice, it talks with the owl and asks what brought the owl here, and the owl explains the experience they've had of thinking they were drifting into a reverie. And the griffin suggests that the owl can climb on their back. Perhaps they can help with something. So the owl flies up, lands on the griffin's back. The griffin runs a few steps before launching up into the sky, spreading its wings out, and with one big deep flap flies up into the sky, and then flapping relatively slowly with noisy swooshes flies through the sky off towards the mountains. And while flying, the owl watches as those jellyfish are still gradually, slowly moving away from this area, travelling off in different directions, spreading out more from each other. And the griffin arrives at the foot of the mountain range. And on arrival at the foot of the mountain range, there seems to be some creature, a tall, slim, humanoid creature, with quite pointy features, slightly pointy ears. And this slim creature explains that they could do with the wisdom of an owl, do with the thinking of an owl, perhaps thinking outside the box in some way. They've heard that owls are some of the wisest creatures. And the owl didn't want to say anything, in case they sounded like they're either boasting or trying to play their abilities down. And so it's often best just to be quiet and just to go with the flow. You've got nothing to prove to others, just proving things to yourself. And the elf asked what they suddenly drifted off and daydreamed about for a moment. And they say it doesn't matter. What would you like some help with? And the elf explained that they can't really go up the mountain. They're not really suitable for the cold weather up the mountain. The griffin is far too large to land up the mountain. It's too steep, and the areas to land are too small. But they need someone who can go up the mountain and solve a bit of a puzzle up there to find a way into the mountain. And so the owl says that they'll help. They ask where they need to reach, and the elf says that they'll fire an arrow, and that arrow will land where the owl needs to reach. And the owl questions the ability of someone to fire an arrow that high up a mountain that if it's within reach of an arrow, it's probably within reach of someone climbing to it. But then the elf draws back their bow, and as they do, the arrow starts to glow and shimmer. And as it starts to shimmer, it's almost like sparkles start to come off that arrow, as if the longer the elf holds that arrow tight, holding that bow pulled back, the more charged the arrow seems to get. And the arrow seems to almost shiver in the bow and vibrate. And it vibrates faster and faster and faster, until eventually the elf lets go. And that arrow launches up that mountain, and it keeps going. And it passes halfway up the mountain. It passes 2/3 of the way up the mountain, and almost at the top of the mountain, it starts to slow down and then digs in to the mountain and stops. And the elf explains that they're magic, and they're able to perform certain magic abilities. And so they were able to apply some magic to that arrow. But they've got a perfect shot. They've got perfect aim, that they can hit a moving target at over a mile away. And they knew that the owl has very good eyesight, and so would be able to see where it lands. So the owl takes off and begins to fly. And it flies up the lower part of the mountain, then flies up into the snow line, then continues to fly higher and higher up the mountain, and can start to hear the sound of the wind blowing across that mountain, almost whistling around their ears and through that mountain range. And they fly higher and higher. They can notice how the temperature's dropping, how the snow is beginning to fall higher up here, that the weather seems to go from a cloud suddenly arriving at the mountain, snow falling, and then almost straight away it can be clear again, but not any warmer. And that owl flies higher and higher, heading towards where that arrow landed. And as it continued to fly higher and higher, it wondered what it would be finding at the arrow. And it landed perched right next to the arrow, but all it could see was snow. So it waved its wings to try and brush away some of that snow. It flew up a little bit to get its feet off the ground, and then tried clawing at the ground a bit to try and dig down a bit into the snow. Until eventually it managed to clear enough to reach rock. And once that owl had reached the rock, it then went a little bit closer to the arrow and saw that the arrow seemed to be embedded in a very specific rock, a rock that almost looked like it wasn't attached to the rest of the rock. And the owl wondered whether that's what their job was to somehow move that rock. But they felt that they were too small to be able to move the rock, and they tried to nudge it with their beak, but didn't manage to move it. They tried to push against it with their whole body, while flapping their wings to try to add extra pressure, and still couldn't move it. But off in the distance, they could still hear that aeroplane. So they had an idea. The aeroplane wasn't very big, but perhaps the two of them together might be able to move that rock. They tried pulling on that arrow and realized that arrow is well and truly wedged into the rock. And they could see from how much of the arrow was stuck back out of the rock that probably almost half of the arrow is inside the rock. So they flew back down to the forest. They managed to find some vines, and they carried those vines and struggled with those vines all the way up to that rock again. And trying with their beak to attach the vines to that arrow, they did their best they could with that, to make it so that it hopefully wouldn't slide off the arrow. But the end of the arrow was sticking out enough to prevent things from sliding straight off. They then flew to that plane, holding the vines in its mouth, and they attached the vines to the tail of the plane while holding some vine in their mouth as well, and communicating with that fish from just looking at it and making a few gestures, and the fish and themselves understood what needed to happen. And the owl felt the fish is probably as out of the water here as they are, unsure what's going on. And the owl didn't know if this would work, if a fish in a plane and an owl could remove a rock in a mountain for an elf. And they both pulled and pulled, and they seemed to be getting nowhere. Then all of a sudden, the rock moved and started rolling down the mountain, and the owl was able to let go. But it was attached to the back of the plane, so the owl had to quickly, while the plane was being pulled backwards and down, land on the back of the tail of that plane, while the fish maintained control and kept the plane as steady as possible, and kept the plane pointing in a single direction, had to carefully unpick that vine from the tail of the plane. And as soon as it had done that, the owl almost got launched up into the air as the plane suddenly stabilized, pointed forward, and the tail rose up. And the owl flew alongside the plane, thanked the fish for its help, was sure they'd find their way back soon to wherever they came from, and then headed back to where that rock was removed. And when it arrived back on the mountain, it saw that it was a tunnel inside the mountain. And so the owl initially carefully walked into the tunnel. It could hear the sound, almost like hammers striking something inside that tunnel, somewhere off in the distance. It walked into the tunnel until it realized it was in an area wide enough to fly easily. And it could just about see with its eyesight. In the dark of this tunnel, there was a very slight glow, almost like there was a slight blue glow from some moss and ice mixed together on the walls of the cave. And it flew through the tunnels and started to head down deeper and deeper into the tunnel, before coming out in a giant cavern, and seeing this cavern illuminated and red, seeing that there was some lava flowing down like a waterfall down one side in this cavern, down into a large lake, deep underground beneath the mountain. And there seemed to be structures around the walls, up over the lake, around near the waterfall, and hundreds of dwarves roaming around with tools that seemed to be pushing rocks around in wheelbarrows, that seemed to be carrying different tools to break rock down. And they wondered what they were all doing. And then one of them saw the owl, and so the owl flew down. And they explained how they'd ended up trapped in here. And they've continued working despite being trapped. But they hadn't found any way out. Part of a mountain had collapsed and filled in the entrance. And there was no way that they could break through that amount of rock. And they've been trying ever since. But part of that rock that filled the entrance was just too loose, and that if they had knocked too much of it away within what they could reach, what was above it would just collapse and fill the space, and could even cause harm. And so they've been trying to find alternative ways out, while also just carrying on with the work they're supposed to do in the mountain. And the owl didn't think to ask what it is that they do, why they're chipping away at all this stone in a mountain full of lava. And the owl was curious how, although it's very warm in this area of the mountain, it isn't so warm on the outside of the mountain, or in the tunnel that the owl had followed. And the owl realized that the rock that had been moved was just one small rock at the top of an entire cave-in of rocks, and that the elf had managed to aim its arrow at that one top rock, just a small rock at the top that needed moving so that a smaller creature could make its way in. But the owl didn't know what more it could do. It had found its way in, it had followed that path. But the only way that it got down to here was because it could fly. So the owl flew back to go back and let the elf know and the griffin know what it had found, and to ask what it's supposed to do next. And the elf said, "Now we know the entrance is open. Now we know the way in. Now we know that they're all okay. We can perhaps find a way of getting them out. We just needed someone like you to come and help first." So the owl wondered what on earth they're going to do to help, because nothing that could fit through that hole would be able to help from the inside, and nothing could help from the outside without running the risk of things caving onto the inside or onto them on the outside. And the owl followed the elf and the griffin into the forest. And the elf said that we've got a friend to go and meet. And they headed into the forest, and the forest got darker and darker. And as it got darker and darker, so the owl could see fireflies, seeming to light different patterns in the sky as they flew among the trees. And as they got deeper into the forest, so a fog began to form. Just a low fog that was almost like water, the way it would move as it was travelled through. Until eventually the owl could smell the smell of some distant, fresh water. And they came out by a lake in the middle of this forest. And the elf got something out of its pocket and blew into that instrument, which sounded like a light sounding whistle. And then it waited and waited. And after a moment, suddenly something burst out of the lake, out of the water, with a slight buzz, followed by a sparkling trail of light, and flew over to the elf, who held their hand out. And this little fairy landed in the elf's hand. And the elf explained to the fairy what the situation was, that they've finally been able to find a way into the mountain. They just need to be able to somehow get into that mountain in some way that can get the dwarves out and get them free again. And the fairy is the person they thought might have a solution. And the fairy said that they do know a way that we can do this. So the fairy, the elf, the griffin and the owl travelled from that lake deeper into the forest again, until in the distance they could hear thudding sounds. And the owl wondered if they were searching for a giant elephant. And then eventually they found a clearing and could see this giant tower in this clearing. And out of the entrance of the giant tower came a giant. And all of these creatures barely made their way up past the ankle of the giant, as that giant gazed down upon them. The giant asked what they wanted, and the fairy flew up to the giant's head and explained to the giant what the situation was, and that they've got a solution. They think they know what they can do. And then the fairy waved their wand over the giant's head, and in almost a bright flash of light, in an instant, that giant shrunk down to be as small as the fairy. And the giant then climbed up onto the griffin, and they all found their way back through the forest, all the way back to that mountain. And back at the mountain, the elf said that the owl will need to carry the giant, and the owl, the giant and the fairy can fly to the mountain and fly up into that hole. And so the giant climbed on the owl's back, held on, as the owl struggled, having never carried anything on its back before, to fly up and fly into that hole. And the fairy naturally seemed to glow and sparkle and illuminate the way as they flew into the hole and flew down to the ground inside the mountain. And the fairy then told everyone to stand back, told the owl to stand back, and then waved her wand over that giant again, and in a flash the giant suddenly became its full size again, only this time it was inside the mountain. And the giant had no problem from inside the mountain here to walk forward and just barge those rocks out the way, almost as if it was just any old blank sheet of paper that it was just walking straight through and just breaking through so easily. And it made sure to push all the rock forward as it walked, and some bits of rock fell down around it, but to the giant it was nothing. And all of the creatures inside the mountain kept back while the giant did this. And all of these dwarves, for the first time, in a very long time, suddenly saw the daylight, and they used to working underground. And they wondered about the stability of this mountain, and they had to carry on doing their work, carrying on supplying the rest of the land with materials, and doing what it is they love doing. And the owl was thanked for their part in helping. And as the owl was thanked, they were given a lift back to where they came from by the Griffin. And that Griffin landed back in that meadow. And the owl dismounted, but wondered how it was going to get back to where it came from, how it was going to wake up, or whether it was even going to be able to wake up onto the beach and change this world to be like on the beach. And the Griffin explained that this isn't a dream. This is a deeper part of reality, that you'll be able to find your way back. Just rest beneath a tree. Drift into a reverie, and your mind will take you where you want to go. So the owl rested beneath a tree, resting on a thick tree root sticking out from a tree. And as it rested there and closed its eyes, and focused on drifting inside into a reverie, it began to see shapes moving around, and different colours flashing here and there, and then began to hear the sound of an ocean and feel the warmth of the sun. And as the owl opened their eyes, they could hear the distant sound of children playing. And they looked out over the ocean. They could see that fish piloting that plane, flying overhead. They could hear the distant sound of seabirds. They could smell the salty air. And they wondered how they now transition back to their own reality. And they were told just to follow the lines. And they just heard that voice, follow the lines. And as they closed their eyes to focus on that voice saying, follow the lines, they realized it was the voice of the jellyfish they'd connected with earlier. And as they were focusing on that voice of the jellyfish, it was as if they connected on some psychic level with them, as if they could see where that jellyfish was. And they realized the jellyfish almost seemed to be in a cave, almost like a giant library inside a cave, with books around the outside, rising from the ground way, way up above that jellyfish. And they seemed to be using their tentacles to move those books around, to move that knowledge to where it's needed. And they had some helpers in there as well, helping to move the books around. And they could hear that jellyfish just saying, almost psychically, follow the lines. Just open your eyes and trust and follow the lines. And so they opened their eyes and they flew up into the sky. They just started flying around, initially in different directions, until eventually they had this feeling like there was a direction to head. And at certain points that feeling would get stronger, like it's a time to change direction. And then they started almost having a sense that there were lines around the planet, and that they were able to almost sense those lines and follow those lines. And while they followed the path that felt instinctively right, they found that ocean beginning to disappear from beneath them, that beach beginning to disappear, the blue sky beginning to disappear, as they found themselves flying over snow, and then over snow-covered trees, before settling down into themselves in a tree, and having that sense of opening their eyes in that tree. And they gazed out and saw the large chunks of snow slowly falling down to the snow below. They could feel the coolness of this snowy landscape. They watched and enjoyed seeing the way a squirrel was enjoying the snow, carefully trying to walk on the surface, trying not to break the tension of the surface of some more compacted snow, before jumping, spreading its legs and splatting straight into a mound of snow, leaving a squirrel-shaped imprint in that snow, before popping its head up out of the imprint, and then leaping from a standing position out of its own imprint to avoid disturbing it, and seeming to almost take pride in looking back at its imprint from where it had leapt to, and then carrying on carefully scurrying around. And then when it finds another area of soft snow, seeming to do the same again, as if it's leaving its mark, having fun in the snow. And the owl looked around and realized that there was at least half a dozen squirrel imprints in different parts of the snow, as if it's been going around, intentionally leaving leg spread squirrel imprints throughout this forest. And that it seemed, the owl noticed, like the squirrel was wiping away some of its footsteps with its tail as it walked away from them, so that it would be a bit confusing, because it would suddenly look like there's just a random squirrel imprint but no footprints near it. But the owl was also aware that as the night draws on, snow will continue to fall, and eventually these imprints will probably fill up with snow and begin to disappear, and that anyone who's missed it will miss out and will never even realize that this had happened. And the owl rested back, tucked itself back almost into a hole along the back of the branch, into the trunk of the tree, to keep itself just out of the wind, just out of the cold, almost like the tree is giving it a hug and looking after it. And it rested there and let its eyes close, and it began to drift and float asleep. And as that owl drifted and floated asleep, so a grandmother sitting between two beds of her two grandchildren who had just started to rest and sleep and were breathing in that sleep-like way and had turned over and had started to dream, closed a book and said that that's the end of the story of the adventure of that owl, and placed that book on a nightstand between the tables, turned off a light, left the children's bedroom, pulled the door to so that there was just the slightest crack of light coming through the door from the landing outside, just in case the children needed a bit of light during the night. And then she carefully walked downstairs and sat in front of the fireplace and thought to herself about how she used to enjoy the stories of the owl and its adventures. Always curious what it would get up to in the next book, and how the author came up with these seemingly random ideas for these stories. And she sipped a cup of tea that had started to go a little cold while she'd been upstairs reading to her grandkids, and decided to make herself another one. And she went to the kitchen, and while the kettle was boiling, she just gazed out of the window, looking out over her back garden. She could see the sunflower up the side of the kitchen window, the way it was swaying just slightly in the breeze outside. She could see the way the moon illuminated the back garden. She could hear the sound of the occasional bird that hadn't yet fallen asleep. While the kettle was boiling, she carried her recycling out, and while outside in the garden, took a few deep breaths of that fresh country air, feeling that refreshing feeling of the air passing through her nostrils, down into her lungs, before breathing out, feeling deeply relaxed. Then heading back inside, finishing making her drink, then sat back down, holding that warm cup between her hands, and enjoyed some time relaxing after having put the grandkids to bed and settled them down, before it's her time to head to bed and settle herself down. And while she was relaxing, she decided to colour in a colouring book to help her relax a little more and a little deeper, to give her something to focus on as she prepares her mind for sleep. And so she had a colouring book of geometric shapes. She carefully coloured those shapes in her own specific way. And once she'd finished the picture she was colouring in, and had finished her drink, she settled down, went to bed, and began to fall asleep. And as she drifted asleep, so she snuggled up to a hot water bottle. While she snuggled down to sleep and began to dream of riding along the most beautiful sandy beach on the most incredible electric blue horse with a white mane and a white tail that flowed and bounced in the breeze as she galloped along that sandy beach and galloped deeper and deeper asleep into the most pleasant dream, smiling as she slept, knowing she'll wake, looking forward to the next day, to the children sharing their dreams from the stories she'd told. And she drifted and floated so peacefully and so comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to drift asleep. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of that sound of walking through snow. That sound of walking through snow after a comfortable blanket of snow has fallen, where the world just seems so peaceful, so calm and quiet, where the sounds seem so muted and relaxed, where the air is still, and the only sound that you can hear is the crunching of each footstep that you take through that snow. You can have a sense of walking comfortably through that snow, feeling the coolness of the air on your face, while the rest of your body remains wrapped up warm. And that sense of peace as you continue walking through that snow. And while you walk through the snow, you find yourself ambling along towards the edge of a woodland. And as you walk into the woodland, so you brush against some of the branches of the trees and hear that soft sound of the snow falling from the branches and finding its way down, like tiny, gentle thuds, into the snow below, and a little way into the woodland. You can discover that the snow begins to clear, as it hasn't found its way through the branches overhead to quite the same extent, and you find yourself walking on a harder surface, where your footsteps change from the sound of walking through snow to the sound of walking on solid mud. And yet the other sounds around you are still muted, as if everything is so still. There's a stillness to the air, a stillness to the trees. No bird sounds, no sounds of other animals. And you stop deep in the woodland. You gently rest your back against the bark of a tree, resting your back against that trunk. And you can feel that tree against your back, against the back of your head as you rest there, and allow your eyes to close. And you just listen to the silence. Listening to the way that there's just that slightest of breeze passing past your ears. Trying to listen out for the slightest sounds. And while you listen, you almost have this sense of your mind drifting and floating through the woodland, as if somehow the silence is drawing your attention outward, expanding your awareness to fill the whole woodland. And then after a little while, noticing yourself feeling increasingly relaxed with the environment, you take a really old map out of your coat pocket. You unfold that map, just enough to see where you are and where you're going. You check the directions. You orient the map to where you think you need to be heading, to where it lines up with the woodland that you're in. And then you set off, continuing through the woodland, folding that map up again and putting it back in your pocket. And after a while of walking deeper and deeper into these woods, you notice a small cave, just a tiny entrance. And as you tuck your way into the entrance to that cave, you once again notice the sounds change, the air pressure change, that slight echoing as the wind reverberates around this cave. And there's not really enough wind for you to physically feel it, but you can hear it, just gently and slightly, subtly echoing in the cave. Just a very slight high-pitched wind sound. And it doesn't take long for your brain to begin to almost habituate to it, almost get so used to it being there, that it forgets that it's even there. And you pause for a moment in the cave, just listening, before starting to walk. And each footstep has a dull thud on the ground, but a slight echo around the cave. And as you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, so you begin to hear the deep sound of breathing, like really deep, really long breaths in and out. Really deep, really long breaths in and out. And you slow your walking down as you continue to walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And that breathing sounds closer and closer, until you eventually notice a green dragon curled up many, many times the size of you walking through this cave. And you can see the way its throat glows with each out-breath, and the light in its throat dims with each in-breath, as it breathes in deeply and then breathes out deeply, feeling the warmth of the air coming out of that dragon's nose, out of its nostrils, and out of its mouth. And you carefully creep so gently around that dragon, round the back of that dragon, and through a small hole in the back of this cave, into a long corridor. And you had chosen this time to come here because you know the dragon hibernates for the winter. But you still have to be careful not to disturb it. And so you creep around and down into that corridor and continue walking down that corridor. And after quite a way, walking deeper and deeper into the cave following that corridor, where you notice that the corridor is gradually sloping downwards and that the air pressure has changed a couple of times as you've walked deeper down that corridor. You find yourself at a stone door, and you get a little bottle of liquid out of your coat pocket, and you place some of that liquid on your hand. You rub it into your hand, then you place your hand onto that stone door, and you see a glowing purple light beginning to sparkle, almost like electricity. It begins to tickle your fingertips tickle the palm of your hand like the softest touches, almost like a feather stroking and tickling the palm of your hand, your fingertips. And then you hear a slight click, and that stone door begins to slide open and move away from your hand. And as it does so, the light dims. And you walk through that open door. And as you walk through the open door, so suddenly this bit of cave lights up, and that door starts to close behind you. And flames around this cave burst to life, illuminating this cave. And in the centre of the cave is a pedestal with a book, an old book. And you walk over to that pedestal and you open that book and you start to read the first page of the book. And it's not in your native tongue, but you understand the language. You read those words, you understand their meaning, you connect with their meaning. And so you read those words, and you read through the first page, the second page, all the way to the start of a specific spell. And as you read that specific spell, so you notice a spiraling purple light appearing on the back wall of the cave, initially starting small and gradually increasing in size, and then seeming to gain depth, as if that spiraling light was somehow stretching backwards away from you into the wall of the cave, except no wall being there, almost like some kind of a portal or some kind of a whirlpool. And after finishing the spell, you walk across the room, and the closer you get to that spinning purple portal, the more you notice that slight hum coming from the portal. And you step through the portal, and almost in an instant, you find yourself standing on the edge of what looks like a large lava pit in the middle of a savanna. And you can hear that lava bubbling and popping, and feel the heat emanating from it. And then you hear a low rumble coming from deep underneath that lava pit. And you take some steps away from that pit. And as that rumble gets louder and louder, so you back up further and further. And you can see the top of the lava beginning to move, bubbling more, seeming to rise. And you think maybe it's about to explode out. So you back up even further, thinking it might explode out like a geyser. And then all of a sudden, you see this griffin burst from the lava, with flames streaming off of it. And you hear a strong beat of its wings as it launches itself from the lava up into the sky. And then by the third beat of its wings, the flames surrounding it go out. And it flies down and lands between you and that lava pit, and lowers its head and lowers its legs and lowers one wing, as if to say to climb on its back. And you walk over towards it and realise that it's not shying away from you, it's not responding to you, it's just remaining there waiting. And so you trust the Griffin. You climb onto the back of that Griffin, and as you do, it straightens its neck, lifts its head up, stands itself back up, and launches itself up into the air, and flies up into the clouds, and starts flying over the land, and you survey the land as it flies, feeling the wind on your face and your hair. Holding securely to that Griffin as it flies through the clouds, flies above the clouds, occasionally dives down through the clouds and swoops around the ground below, and seems to be almost following landmarks to wherever it's going, seeming to follow a bit of river, even weaving its flight where it could take the most direct route, before suddenly heading in a direction towards a lake among trees, and then seemingly using that as a landmark and spying another landmark, and heading towards some tall trees that tower above the rest of those trees, and then swooping down and up over hills and low mountains, and down the other side of those low mountains, and swooping round, almost giving a feeling like you're on a roller coaster, feeling a sense of excitement and safety with that air in your hair, as it seems to work its way from one lake to another, one landmark to another, until eventually you notice something catch the light in the distance, a glistening, sparkling, and realise that this Griffin is taking you there. And as you get closer, you notice that it looks like some kind of clear crystal structure, like tall crystals that have interlocked to create almost a tent of crystal, towering over the surroundings, that the sunlight catches and glistens, sending what looks like rainbows in all directions as you approach. And then the Griffin lands with a bit of a slide near that crystal structure, lowers its head, lowers down its legs, lowers one of its wings, as you climb off carefully and begin to walk away and walk towards that crystal structure. And you walk over towards a path that seems to lead into the structure. And you follow that path in. And as you walk in, so you notice the floor seems almost like it's made of marble. Some kind of well-polished, highly echoey floor, where the echoes seem to reverberate around the entire structure, around the floor, around the crystal walls, where the light shines in. And you can partially see out. And in the middle of this structure is an ornate chair. And sitting in that chair is a young woman. And you walk over towards that young woman. And as you do, you notice the way she's examining you. You feel that she's almost seeing into your soul, that the way she's gazing at you seems almost like the way you imagine perhaps a sensor to be scanning someone. And as she starts to talk, in the softest, most gentle, kindest voice, you feel that somehow she seems to know your true nature. That she seems to know your hopes and desires, your fears and anxieties. And you just have that sense from the way she's communicating that you wouldn't be able to even put into words why you think that. It's just a feeling you have. And yet at the same time, you feel that this is okay, that something about her makes you feel so trusting of her, that you feel like it's okay for her to know your strengths and weaknesses, your hopes and fears. That you instantly feel like you could tell her anything, and if she's able to help, she probably would. And as she's talking, you almost find yourself drifting into reveries with the way her voice is so soft and melodic and so gentle on the ear. Like you just want to sit down and could listen for hours to whatever she's saying. But in listening in that way, you find that you're almost not hearing, because you're not attending to what she's saying. And then you remember why you're here, that you were following your map to find that cave, that you came seeking answers, that this map said that it would lead you to the greatest discovery you'll ever know. And it was enough to convince you to go searching. And you had to search at a time the dragon would be hibernating. And now you're here, and you weren't expecting to see someone here. You thought it would just be something in the cave behind the dragon. And she tells you to come for a walk with her. And she walks you through this crystal glass palace. She pushes on one part of the crystal, and a door slides open, and the two of you walk out into the most beautiful flower garden out the back of this palace, with the most incredible colours and wildlife. And she goes over to one of the flower beds, and she crouches down, and she rests her hand, palm up, on the soil. She slides her hand underneath a dandelion, with 2 fingers one side of the stalk, 2 fingers the other side of the stalk. And that slightly drooping dandelion, she carefully lifts it up in the palm of her hand, straightening it up so that the yellow flower of the dandelion is resting on her palm and fingers. And she looks up at you and says, "What do you see?" And you think about it for a moment, and you wonder what the right answer is. And you say that you see a weed. And she asks you why you think this dandelion is a weed. And you explain that it doesn't fit with the roses and the other flowers that are here. It's obviously not supposed to be in this flower bed. If you were cleaning up the flower beds, removing the weeds, you'd remove that dandelion. And she tells you that you're wrong, that the dandelion isn't a weed, that dandelion is her favourite flower in this flower bed, that dandelion is going to turn into something that's fine, light, tickly, something that she'll enjoy just giving the most gentle puff of air to. And then she'll watch as that dandelion ends up just being a stub on the end of a green stem, while watching little vehicles carrying the seeds travelling through the air, bringing further life to other places. And that you can't blow on rose petals and get the same effect. And that dandelion is in exactly the right place for it. That she looks forward to that day when she comes outside and sees that it's no longer yellow, and hopes that she's lucky enough to capture that moment where she can come outside before the natural breeze has disrupted the top of the dandelion, and that there's great pleasure to be taken in fleeting moments, that if she comes outside too late, she'll miss that opportunity. So she has to keep checking She has to keep mindful of what's going on in her garden. She then lowers that back down to the ground, slides her hand back out, and says that the gift for you, that knowledge that you seek, is an inner understanding that the magic that brought you here is the magic that will take you home, and that it is connecting with this alternative world, this world that the few dragons in your world come from, to guard the entrances to this world. That it's keeping this world alive, sharing stories of magic, of dragons, of witches, sharing stories that are lost to time, stories that only children believe. That's the magic to take from here. The magic of keeping magic alive in your world. And they know that you need a little longer to understand that. And they walk you to the back of this garden, where there's the most beautiful tree. And under that tree, hanging from one of the branches, is a bench like a swing. And the two of you sit down on that bench. And as you sit down, so you notice the bench bob up and down ever so slightly. And you notice it swinging backwards and forwards just slightly with your movement. And she reaches into a pocket and she pulls out a pocket watch and she pops the cover of the watch open. She shows you the face of that watch, the time on that watch. She holds it up in front of your face and gently begins to swing that pocket watch, telling you just to look at the time. Just look at that time and just watch that time in the watch. And you can see, can you not, the way the hands are beginning to move backwards, that here time can go in a different direction. And yet, you wouldn't notice unless you were looking at a clock that things are running in a different way here, as your eyes follow that watch, just gently swinging left and right in front of your eyes. And while she swings that watch and talks so peacefully and gently to you, and just ever so subtly lowers that watch down, very slightly, and your eyes lower down, following that watch. And you can hear her talking in the background, but her voice begins to sound more distant. And you know she's saying something about appreciating magic, appreciating the world in a new way. You notice your eyelids feeling heavier and heavier and closing. And something about the experience feels so comfortable. And as your eyes close, you still have this feeling like she's swinging that watch, and like your eyes are following that swinging watch, and the feeling that she's still talking to you somehow. But at the same time, you have that feeling that your eyes are starting to open, and that what you see in front of you is a grass garden, and the only thing in this grass garden is a pedestal with what looks like some scales on it. And you walk over to the scales, and you see that on one side is a weight, weighing one side down, and the other side is a feather. And then you notice as you watch that that feather seems to be moving down, as if the feather starts to weigh more until the scales are level. And when those scales become level, you start to hear the sound of children playing in the background. And you look up from the scales, and you see some children playing hopscotch, some children singing and playing with skipping ropes, some children playing in a tent full of blankets, some children cooling down to some other children from a tree house, some children sitting around a pond with their trousers rolled up and their feet in the water. And you walk away from the scales and you observe all these children, and you see the games they're playing and the way they're occupying themselves, the things that they're spending time thinking about. And then you look back at those scales, and as you watch the scales and see the children in the background, so you begin to notice those children growing up. And you notice them not interacting with each other in the same way. And you notice that weight getting heavier and heavier, that the feather seems to be getting lighter and lighter. And then as the scenes keep changing and those children seem to become young adults, you notice that they start spending more time on their own, seemingly focused in their own worlds, and they're near each other, but they may as well be miles apart. And that weight seems to be getting heavier and heavier. And that feather lifts higher and higher. And you notice the sky getting greyer and greyer, that it's turning from the most beautiful blue sky to an overcast grey sky. And then you see those children getting older and older and older. And then you hear a clunk as that weight weighs so much that it's totally pushed down one side, and the feather is so light it's totally up the other side. And you walk to the scales, and you grab hold of the weight on the scales. and you feel that weight needs to be moved. And so you try to lift that weight with all of your might, and the harder you try, the heavier that weight seems to get. And so you try harder and harder to lift and remove that weight, and find it impossible. And so instead you turn to the feather. And you start to have a sense of that feather getting lighter and lighter, and find that as that feather seems to get lighter and lighter, and you carefully lift that feather slightly off the weight more and more, so less of the feather is touching the weight, so the scale on that side seems to start lowering down. But if the feather totally leaves the weight, the scale suddenly thuds down on the heavy side. So you very carefully lift that feather, making it lighter and lighter, while keeping a part of it in contact with the scale, letting it lower while you lift, in a careful balance. And as you do, you notice the clouds clearing, the blue sky returning, the adults seemingly reverting back to being playful children again. Until you carefully rest that feather in its lightest possible position on the scales. And you don't really understand how you've done or are doing what it is you've done. But somehow you've equalized things again. And while it's like this, you then lift that lighter, heavy weight, and you walk to the pond. And you call over the duck. And the duck swims to the shore, waddles over to you as you crouch down on one knee. It then extends and flaps and stretches itself, flapping its wings. And then it slows that flapping down, and then nuzzles behind its back, nuzzles down its wings, seemingly grooming itself with its beak. And then with its bill it grabs one of its own feathers, turns to face you, and drops that feather into your hand. And you walk back to the scales, and you carefully place that feather where the weight once was, creating an equilibrium between both sides. And as you do that, you start to hear that voice talking in the background. And your eyes blink open to see that watch swinging left and right, and then seeing the watch being curled up into the woman's hands again, the cover of the watch being sealed with a click. She asks you to hold your hands out, and so in a cup-like shape you hold your hands out. She places that watch in one hand and places your other hand over the top of it, and says, "This is for you. Take it with you. It'll connect you with this magical realm. And it'll help you to continue to spread magic through your world." And then she ushers you up, and the two of you walk through the garden, walk back into that crystal palace. She says goodbye. You walk through the crystal palace, footsteps echoing, reverberating. Walking out the front and seeing that Griffin. And the Griffin is positioned again for you to climb on top. So you climb on the Griffin. It takes off and seems to follow the reverse route all the way back to where you started, following its same landmarks across this land. And you do your best to gaze around and take in as much of this land as you can as you go. Getting an idea of what this land looks like. Where the hills are, the valleys are, the mountains are, the different trees are all based, the lakes, the rivers. Trying to see what wildlife you can notice. And when that Griffin arrives back where it collected you, you dismount from the Griffin. You see that portal, you head back through the portal. You find your way through the cave, around the sleeping dragon, and back out among the trees, and then out into the snow. And you head home, and once home, you drift asleep, having the most wonderful night's sleep. And the next morning, you awaken with this compulsion, and you head to a typewriter, and your fingers seem to automatically begin to type. And you find something satisfying about typing on an old-fashioned typewriter. Your fingers begin to type out one word after another, as if somehow what's going on in your mind just comes straight out of your fingertips. And in the background, a cat meows and then settles down in front of a fire and relaxes down in front of that fire. As a dog walks alongside you and settles down in a little dog bed right beside your feet, as if they know that all of your attention is on what your fingertips are doing. And you feel almost like an observer on the experience, as if your eyes are just watching words appear on paper, that your fingertips, independently of you, are typing. And after a number of days and nights of regular typing and a handful of breaks, suddenly hundreds of pages have been typed. And you send those pages off. And many months later, you wake up in the morning to the sound of a thud at the front door. You go to the front door, and you see lying on the ground an envelope you open that envelope, and inside you find the first copy of the book that you wrote over that period of time. And you go and sit in a comfortable chair to look at what it was that you wrote. And you decide to autograph the title page of this first book, of the first ever copy of this first book. And you write 1 of 1, and that this is the first ever copy, the preprint copy. And you decide that you'll leave that in a second-hand shop for someone else to discover one day. And then you carry on reading through that story to see what the story's about. Because you had this sense of your hands automatically wrote the story, and you just trusted yourself and let that writing happen automatically. And you start reading once upon a time in a land far away. There lived a young porcupine. And this young porcupine was an excitable porcupine. They always wanted to be invited to parties. But whenever they would attend parties, they would get all excited. They'd run around. They'd try and play with the other animals. They'd try and play with the cats, the foxes, the dogs, the badgers, the squirrels. But eventually the other animals would say they don't want to play with you, because as soon as they get to the party balloons, they would inadvertently burst the balloons, and the bursting balloons would make the other animals jump and get scared and get annoyed that their balloons have been burst. But one day, when this porcupine was out, they encountered a strange creature. They were walking along a beach when this creature seemed to flop its way along and looked like it was struggling so much to move. And as they approached the creature, they noticed that the creature had what looked like its house on its back, and weird wings where its legs should be. And they asked the creature if they needed any help. And the creature said they were just trying to get to the sea. And so the porcupine helped to dig a channel to the sea, to help to bring some of that water from the sea closer to this strange creature. This creature said that it was a turtle, and that it was actually not very easy to walk on land, but it's a very good swimmer, and it can hold its breath for so long. And the porcupine helped that turtle all the way to the sea. And in return, the turtle came back to the shore with some seaweed and gave the porcupine that seaweed and said to the porcupine, just roll in that seaweed a little bit. And the porcupine rolled in the seaweed, and the seaweed caught on its spines. And the porcupine couldn't reach to get that seaweed off right now. and the seaweed just seemed to stick in those spines. And the porcupine realised that with the seaweed on its spines, if it covered its spines, it didn't burst any balloons. It couldn't burst any balloons. But it just had to think of a way of being able to solve problems like this rather than seeing itself as somehow bad or a failure. That strange creature hadn't seen itself as bad or a failure. It was good at swimming. Its legs just weren't very good at walking. And the porcupine started interacting with the other animals and asked them for help. And one of the animals, a sheep, said that they felt that they could help. And they went over to a tree. They started rubbing themselves against the tree. And they kept rubbing and rubbing and rubbing, and then turning around and rubbing themselves some more. And then a duck came over to the tree and gathered up all that wool. And then a team of ducks started sticking that wool all around the outside of the porcupine until the porcupine looked like a strange sheep. And the animals laughed at what the porcupine looked like in a friendly way at the porcupine's new jacket. But the porcupine liked this new, strange woolen jacket that was helped to be made by these animals, that allowed it to begin to fit in and join in things that previously it couldn't join in. And as you continue reading through this book, you find out that this story carries on with this band of friends going on adventures. This band of friends having a picnic, continuing on to where the porcupine is amused by the earrings that the sheep gets one day, these jangling earrings. And as that story continues, there's talk about that friendly sheep making friends with the local dragon, and the animals having to help that dragon to be able to interact in a friendly way without accidentally burning anyone. And you notice in this book is talk of witches and wizards, fairies and trolls. And you realise this story, designed for children, is the first in a series, just pouring out of your mind onto the page, sharing that magic, keeping the magic world alive. And you notice that in every single book from that day on that you write, there always seems to be a magical portal or a doorway, whether it's a strange stone arch found in the middle of a field, or a small hole in the base of a tree, or a cave in a craggy rock. You notice that you seem to now share magic, to keep magic alive among children, who will hopefully grow up to keep magic alive among their children, and in doing so, they'll keep magic alive in themselves. And as you come to this realization of the true meaning of that journey to that cave, of the discovery you made on that day, a warmness fills your heart and begins to spread through your body as you head off to bed with that warmness, with these worlds you're creating, playing around in your mind as if these characters are real and living in this land you dream of, where you can meet them when you sleep and dream. Where you follow the adventures of Philip the Porcupine, where he stops being known as the prickly person to being known as the soft one. As you drift and float so comfortably, so peacefully, and so relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you continue to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell a story about you finding yourself walking through a dense forest. And you can hear the sound of birds in the forest. And you can be surprised at how loud this forest is. You can hear the sounds of monkeys running and swinging and jumping through the trees, and the occasional rustling sounds coming from the forest floor. And you continue to push on through this dense forest, having to hack your way through, hacking through vines, scrambling over roots of trees, and really pushing through this dense forest. Being aware of how short a distance you're travelling over the time that it's taking you. And every now and then, you have to stop and take a brief break. And to truly take the most comfortable break, you need to find somewhere to sit down or lie down comfortably. And so, in your backpack, you have a canvas tent that ties between a few trees off the ground. And it's over 2 layers, and the top layer you can tie between those trees, giving yourself a sheltered platform that you can climb up onto, that you can rest on. And you can even put some nets around that tent so that the slight breeze that occasionally happens can pass through the tent, but it keeps any insects out and gives you an opportunity to just catch your breath, relax, and maybe even take a brief nap. And it's really easy to be able to take that tent down and roll it up because it's just material, and place it back in the backpack, and then continue your journey. And it only takes a short time each time you stop to set up that tent. And you can't tell clearly what time of day it is, as so little sunlight manages to get down through that dense canopy above, that all you can tell is that it's either daytime or it's night time. You can't really tell anything with any more subtlety than that. And after hours of pushing through this dense forest, you start to hear the sounds around you change. You hear sounds of some animals settling down for the night, and different sounds of other animals starting up, with certain insects starting up that you hadn't heard before, and other sounds around you. And so you set up your tent again, this time to spend the night off of the ground, resting in your tent. And you have yourself something to eat in your tent. And you hang a light in the center of your tent as it gets darker and darker so quickly. And under the comfortable glow of that light, you lie down on your belly, elbows propping up your head and shoulders, with that light shining just over your shoulder and onto a book. And you read that book and allow yourself to be drawn into that book. And after reading for a little while, you turn the light off and you begin to settle down to sleep for the night. And at first, you're still surprised at how loud the forest is, how much noise is here even at night time. And surprisingly to you, you find that you start to almost get used to the sound, almost as if it fades away, and you know that the sound is still there, but your brain treats it almost as if it's fading away, as if you're not really noticing it or attending to it anymore. And this allows you, as those distractions now just float past, almost like floating on a river as the water floats past. You comfortably and relaxed drift and float asleep. And you drift and float into the most peaceful, most pleasant sleep, where you sleep all night long, awaking in the morning, feeling so deeply refreshed and revitalized, so full of energy and ready to carry on with the day. And you have yourself something to eat again. You sort yourself out for the morning, pack away your tent, and you continue your journey through this forest, continuing to hack and slash your way through the forest, until eventually you notice that the trees are becoming easier to push through. They're spreading out a little more, and you have this sense that you're probably approaching a clearing somewhere up ahead. And you can't yet see the clearing, but you have this sense that you're approaching a clearing by the way the foliage is reducing in density. And then after some further hacking and slashing through this forest, you eventually come out in a small clearing. And what you discover is a large pyramid, overrun with vines, with some trees poking out of that pyramid, their roots deeply entrenched in the sides of the pyramid, having found the slightest cracks in the pyramid, and over the centuries began to reclaim this area, not letting even a large pyramid like this stand in the way of reclaiming the forest. And you can barely see the stonework underneath all that foliage wrapped around and piercing into that pyramid. And you find your way around the pyramid. And the other side has an entrance. And the entrance is partially collapsed and caved in. And you poke a torch in and you peer in as best as you can. And you can see that the tunnel the other side of the cave-in appears to be perfectly fine. So you place your backpack down and you start cutting away at the vines, cutting away at roots that are over the stones and through the stones that are blocking the entrance. And then you start removing those stones one by one, carefully lifting each stone from the top, moving it away, placing it on the ground. And all of this is heavy, hard work. But with that hard work, you remove the stones. And so you continue to move those stones out from the pyramid one by one, placing them on the ground until you've cleared enough space to be able to comfortably make it into the entrance of the pyramid. And you pick up your backpack. You climb over those last few stones, slide yourself down into the entrance of the pyramid, turn on your torch to illuminate this tunnel. And the first thing you notice is that it seems just a comfortable amount cooler inside this pyramid than it was outside. Outside the pyramid was stiflingly hot, whereas here the temperature is more comfortable. And there seems to be a slight breeze, not just because of the entrance being uncovered, but because of the shape of the pyramid, that the air is flowing in through that entrance. And the hot air is rising up the inside of the pyramid. And there's a slight hole in the roof of the pyramid that air is escaping from. And cool air is entering and flowing down to the lower part of the pyramid. And the cool air isn't cold, but it just makes this pyramid more comfortable on the inside. And you illuminate this corridor, and you can see what looks like a stone door off to one side at the back of this corridor. So you head to that stone door. You can see what looks like symbols all over that door. You run your fingertips over those symbols, feeling the texture of the way they've been carved into the stone. and seeing how well preserved they still look. And then you see what looks like a stone switch on the floor. Then you push down on that stone switch with your foot, and a grinding, sliding sound occurs as that stone slab slides back and then slides sideways out of the way. And the whole pyramid seems to vibrate slightly as that stone slides. Some dust falls and fills the air. And then the door stops sliding and the pyramid goes silent. And you stand there for a few moments, allowing the dust to settle again. And you can see with your torchlight the dust particles in the air. And over the space of a few minutes, you can see how they're beginning to calm and settle. And you walk into this chamber. And you see some steps. You follow those steps down, deeper into the pyramid. You can hear each footstep echoing as you descend those steps. And those steps lead down to a tunnel that seems very tall but comparatively narrow. That the tunnel is as wide as the steps, and the steps were wide enough, but it looks even more narrow than it is because of how tall this tunnel is. And you try to shine the torch up to the top, but you can't really make out the ceiling in this tunnel. And you can see that this tunnel seems to be very long. And you can barely hear any other sounds now. Everything seems so still, so quiet. And you follow this tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel is another door. Only this door seems to be made of metal. And you're unsure what metal it's made of, but it's got a fresh bronze kind of colour to it. And you carefully push that door open and find yourself in a highly reflective room, noticing the way your torchlight just bounces around the walls as if this entire room is full of mirrors. And as you turn around, you can see the way the torchlight bounces, changes directions. And every now and then, while you're turning around, waving the torch around, checking out this room, you hear a slight click. And you realise that somehow there's a combination of bouncing this light around the room that makes it reflect to just the right place, that it seems to trigger something. As you try to very carefully and slowly move the torchlight around the room, watching the way it bounces off the different mirrors, until you hear that slight click. And when you hear that click, this time you hold your torch in place. And while holding the torch in place, you start to hear a rumble. And as you hear that rumble, so this chamber begins to fill with light. And you see that the walls of this chamber the stone seems to be lowering down into the ground, and everything other than the doorway in the tunnel you followed to get in here has lowered down. And the mirrored plates seem to be like glass that you can now see through. And as you look through, so you find the most incredible sight. You turn the torch off, now that it's like daylight shining into this area. And you go over to those windows, and through those windows, you see the most incredible and unusual land. You can see the tallest, unusual grass that you've never seen before. And down in a valley, you can see a herd of giant dinosaurs with long necks. And you're surprised that they're not grey as you had imagined that they would be. They're more a mottled brown colour. And yet, as you would expect, they were moving slowly. They were moving their necks slowly. And they were feeding in a very unusual pattern. They weren't reaching up to eat things high up. They were moving to a location, and then they would move their necks as far as it seemed to go to the left. And they would start eating just over body height off to the left, and then they would eat slightly further along, almost like gnawing off rows of corn when eating corn on the cob. They would work their way along until their head is facing as far as it can move to the right. And then they would take another step forward. And they would do the same again. They would eat the way along from one side, along to the other, before taking another step forward. And just very slowly and methodically, they're eating large areas of the vegetation around them. And you'd imagined that they would have been eating perhaps more like giraffe, reaching up and eating out of tall trees. But instead, they're eating in this unusual fashion. And as you look around at what else you can see out of this chamber, you notice a herd of triceratops. And again, they're not the grey colour that you'd imagined. They were kind of a few shades of orange, with a slight mottled texture, and you wondered whether that helped, perhaps to camouflage them in certain wavelengths that perhaps predators could see, so that they would blend in with their surroundings. Because against the green that you could see, they looked like they really stood out, with those orangey shades on them. And you watched as they seemed to just be eating the grass and low-lying vegetation. And you wanted to find a way out of this chamber, so you felt your way around the walls, seeing if there was any switches or anything that could help you to get out of this chamber. And then you found that right in the middle of the chamber seemed to be a hole with what looked almost like a manhole cover. And you carefully lifted that and saw a ladder, and you climbed down that ladder, finding yourself in a tunnel. You walked along that narrow tunnel, and it wasn't a very long walk before you came to a wall and another ladder. You ascended that ladder, remove what's a bit like a manhole cover over the top of this ladder, and you find yourself now outside of that chamber, out here in this land with all of these dinosaurs. And way off, somewhere in the distance, you hear this rumbling, throaty roar. And you can't quite pinpoint where that roar comes from. But you're sure that if that roar gets any closer, it'll definitely be something to avoid. And you look at what this chamber looks like from the outside, and you can see that you can see through all of those glass walls. You can see in the ground the slabs that slid down. And you can see that they're all incredibly thick stone slabs. And you can imagine that they're probably incredibly good at protecting that chamber from whatever is out here. And you're aware, as you look around, that if there is anything dangerous out here, this has been designed specifically so that only someone as small as a person could fit down that manhole cover, close it behind them, could fit through that tunnel, climb the ladder at the other end, and be safely inside that chamber. And you don't know if the glass is able to withstand whatever's out here, but the stone definitely looks like it could. And you're curious how you can make that stone rise up again if you need to. So you know that shortly you'll work at making sure you know how that can happen before you explore. And you can see the way the tunnel that led down to this chamber seems to go back a little way from the chamber, and then it disappears into a haze, as if somewhere halfway down that tunnel, reality shifted, and you don't know if it's a shift in reality from a dimension to a dimension, or maybe a time shift back into the past. But the tunnel definitely seems to end halfway. And you can't walk in to the bit of tunnel that is there. The haze seems to block off that bit of tunnel, and it seems impossible to push through that haze. You pick up a branch that's lying on the ground, and you try and poke it towards the haze into what should be the inside of the tunnel, but find that it's like poking a stick at a solid wall. And you head back into that chamber, and with it nice and illuminated from the outside, you look around and you try and work out what it was that you triggered with your light. And as you look around, you realize that there seems to be some kind of sensor at an odd angle that can't be seen directly, that can only be reached by reflecting the light from the window up at that sensor, so it can detect the light coming from the window. But you wouldn't be able to hit it with a beam of light just shining that light at the roof or at the ceiling of this chamber. And you wonder whether, because it happens to be a sensor that seems to be light sensitive, do the walls naturally just rise up when it gets dark? Because they should only lower down when light strikes that sensor. And you take a look, thinking there's got to be a way of covering that sensor during the day if you needed to close up those walls. And you can't see any easy way of doing that. And so you just hope that there's no reason to do that. And you head back out through that tunnel and go and explore. You walk over to those triceratops and you walk as slowly and carefully as you can. And as you walk closer, you see one of them stop chewing and seem to be looking in your direction, as if it's trying to work out whether you're a threat or not. And so you stop moving for a moment. And then after a moment, it continues chewing. And so you walk a bit closer until you're very close to it and you can reach out and gently touch the neck of that triceratops. You can feel the warmth given off by that dinosaur. You can feel its heart beating. You can feel its body moving with each in-breath and each out-breath. You can feel the movement as it swallows some food. And you can be surprised at how smooth it feels compared to how you perhaps thought it would feel. And you then carefully walk away from the triceratops. And you head into some slightly thicker foliage. And as you walk through this foliage, you see the most unusual sight. It appears to be giant caterpillars on these really large, flat leaves. And the caterpillar is eating its way around from the outside of the leaf and carefully working its way in towards the centre of a leaf, with the different caterpillars seeming to do the same, with some of them closer to the centre than others. And they seem to all eat with the same pattern. And then you notice that there's a couple of chrysalis seeming to hang from the underside of some of these really large leaves. They seem to be almost woven into the underside of the leaf to hold them in place. And you're curious whether these are also the caterpillars and what they'll become. Curious whether they'll become butterflies or moths or something entirely different. And as you're watching one of these chrysalises, you notice a bit of movement. Then you notice it beginning to break open. And as it breaks open, you can see that what is breaking through seems to have fluffy feathers that look so incredibly soft. And they're slightly damp as they're breaking out of this chrysalis. And you watch for what ends up turning into hours as they very, very slowly are pushing out and pushing out of that chrysalis. And then, almost with a thud, an animal drops to the ground from the chrysalis. You kind of imagined that maybe it would be like a butterfly that would hang on as it pulls the last of itself out before puffing up its wings, ready for its first flight. But instead, it's a creature that seems to flop to the ground. And you try to have a good look at what that creature is, trying to make it out. And you realise that it seems to be like a really fluffy, chicken-like creature. Except its legs look a little bit more dinosaur-like. And its head looks a little bit more lizard-like. And it doesn't seem to have wings for flying. Instead, it seems to just have this incredibly fine, fluffy feathers covering its whole body. And you see it trying to stand up, and it falls over and tips over. And it tries to stand up again, and it falls forward and tips over again. Then it falls onto one knee, then the other. But after a while, it eventually manages to stand up and stay upright. And it makes a very slight, very friendly sounding squeak as it tilts its head slightly and looks over at you and tentatively begins to walk towards you. And when it gets to you, it seems to rest its head gently on your leg, making a slight friendly squeak sound. Then you stand up and you walk back from it a little way, and it comes over to you and follows you and rests its head back on your leg again and tucks itself in against your leg, and then tucks just behind your legs, poking its head around your legs and looking up at you. And you try and walk away again, and it does the same again. It comes over to you and seems to tuck itself around you and rest itself against you. And so you reach down, trying to work out what this little thing wants. And as you reach down, it comes over to you. It jumps up onto your legs, almost as if to sit in your arms. And it seems so friendly. And you're sure that you see it smiling even though it's got a face of a lizard. You see the way its eyes seem to blink with two eyelids. And you stroke its neck and its back. And you can almost feel a slight purr coming from it, where it seems to be vibrating its throat. And it rests its head against your chest as it allows itself to be stroked and looked after. And it seems to have created a bond with you. But you know that you can't obviously take this with you. You don't even know how it ends up, whether it turns into an enormous dinosaur, or whether it doesn't get any larger than this. You don't know if it started out as a caterpillar or something else. All you know is it seemed to fall out of a chrysalis on the underside of a leaf. But for now, you keep it with you and you carry it while you carry on exploring. And as you explore, and the sun continues to rise in the sky, and you can feel the warmth of that sun on your face, you still occasionally hear that distant, low, rumbling roar. And you're just comfortable with the fact that that's way off somewhere in the distance. And then you notice some dinosaurs that almost look like giant ostrich with lizard-like heads. And you think they look a lot like this little one that you've got in your hand. And you place it down on the ground. And you can see that they seem to be moving in giant herds. And among those really large, giant, ostrich-like dinosaurs are some really small ones that suddenly follow along, almost seeming to be shepherded by a couple of the older, larger ones to keep them all together. And you notice the way that it seems that those large ones are at the front, the sides, at the back, and they try and herd the small ones to an area near the back, but surrounded by the larger ones. And that there seems to be very specific ostrich-like dinosaurs who take on that role of keeping an eye on herding the young ones. And so it looks like a young one among those young ones is probably going to be in the right place. So you try and encourage this young one to go over to the others. And at first it keeps looking back at you, not wanting to go. And so you try and get closer and closer, thinking if it can realize that these are like it, it'll hopefully join in. And eventually it starts to hear the squeaking sound of the others and the deeper sound of the adults. And something about the sound resonates with this little young dinosaur. And almost automatically it then falls into line and runs into its place, into the safety of the herd of the other young ones. And you watch them for a while, and you see occasionally that young one still looks over in your direction, but knows that this is where it belongs. and they head down through the valley. And you watch until they're almost out of sight, before you continue to explore. And you decide that those large dinosaurs look so large that it would be too dangerous to get too close to them. That although they probably wouldn't hurt you on purpose, they're so big that you'd be just something insignificant next to them, that their legs are like giant tree trunks, and their heads and tails stretch for many meters in front and behind them, and that they sway their heads side to side, and their tails swing side to side, almost like a counterbalance. And so it would be very easy to accidentally get knocked by the head or the tail. But you are curious what's over among the trees here. But at the same time, you know that's where the deepest roar has been coming from. And so you don't necessarily want to go and explore those trees. But then you can hear that roar getting closer and closer. You can hear this thudding sound of giant footsteps and the breaking, cracking sound of wood of those trees. And you start backing up towards the chamber. You head down the tunnel, pop up into the chamber, and then out of the wood line, with head as high as the trees. You see a large T-Rex-like dinosaur, obviously a large hunting, carnivorous dinosaur, stomping out of those trees, sniffing around, moving its head left and right, seemingly trying to find a scent, and stomping forwards some more, moving its head left and right again, and then following a scent as it continues. And it starts getting closer and closer to this chamber. And you can see it just the other side of the glass. You can see its breath on the glass. But it doesn't seem to be able to see or detect you. And something about the experience just makes you remain very quiet and just observing. And then you see it walk around that chamber. And it gets around to the side of the chamber where the tunnel into the chamber is. And you see it scratching on that stone. And you notice that the front end of one of its claws catches in the stone and breaks. And the dinosaur doesn't seem fazed. It then just turns away from that stone and continues walking down the valley. And you can feel the vibrations of each step as it walks away, and feel the way the vibrations reduce the further it gets from the chamber. and you notice it heading down towards some of the other dinosaurs. And you watch as they seem to stand their ground and appear intimidating as a herd. And for now it seems to think it's not worth the risk to take any of them on. And you watch as it disappears down into the valley, out of sight. And you head back out of the chamber. And you notice the sun is beginning to set. You can see the moon appearing in the sky. You get that claw out of the stone. You head back into the chamber again. And as the sun sets, just before it's fully set, when the sky is still the most beautiful red, you hear the sound of sliding stone, and you notice that the walls are rising back up again. And those walls rise back into position. And as you shine your light around the inside of this chamber, you can now just see your own reflection again, where the walls now just look like mirrors again. And you wonder what's going on outside the chamber at night. What makes whoever created this feel that this kind of protection was needed at night time and not necessarily during the day? And while you wait in that chamber, you wonder whether to go outside and explore. But before you've finished wondering, you hear this massive thud and whack, and the chamber starts vibrating and shaking. And it almost feels like you're inside a piñata with someone trying to get to the candy, and you don't know what's going on outside the chamber. But whatever it is, it seems like it's something very large and probably not very safe. And you've got more than it was that you came here for. You came just to explore the history of an ancient civilization that apparently once lived in this forest, that had cleared a large area of forest to create a large and successful civilization that suddenly disappeared with no explanation. And there were rumours and myths about why they disappeared. And you now wonder whether whatever it is that's out there might have been behind the disappearance of this civilization. You don't know how whatever's out there would have got through from out there to in the chamber, and then out to the real world, out to your world. But it would fit the descriptions of the myths about the wrath of a god bringing a giant beast down on the civilization. And you find your way back out of that chamber, closing the door behind you, following that corridor, finding your way back into the main part of the pyramid. You leave that pyramid and you set up camp to spend a night before heading back through that forest. And while you're in your camp, resting up in a tree, you examine that claw. You wonder whether it's something that you could sell, that most people would have fossils. And you wonder whether people might not believe you about this being a genuine claw, because it should be fossilized. But you know you can just say that you found it somewhere, perhaps make it a bit dirty, and then plead ignorant, and let someone else try to think of a different reason about how it managed to survive all this time. You're sure that it'll lead to stories in journals about DNA being extracted and other discoveries being made. And you might end up being paid well just for this one find. And it isn't something you came here looking for. And as you rest there, you hear the distant sound of a storm. And every now and then you wonder whether that rumble of thunder off in the distance could be the sound of whatever that animal is. Maybe one survived until today. And you know that's just your mind playing tricks on you, making you wonder something because you'd heard it and experienced it, as if it could be real now, with no real evidence that that could be the case. But after a short period of time, the distant rumbling of thunder begins to help you to drift and float comfortably asleep. And while you drift and float asleep, you imagine the sight of the fleeting sprites dancing above the clouds and the other phenomena. You have this sense of imagining a ball of lightning falling from the clouds, curious whether it's just somehow some twisted magnetic field mixed with electricity that it's following slowly and gently towards the earth. You're curious about what goes on in a storm. And it just helps you to drift and float comfortably asleep. And then you notice the sound of rain on the canopy overhead, with some of that rain dripping on the top of the tent. And all this just helped you drift even deeper and more comfortably asleep. You're aware that this amount of rain is going to help to clear the air and make everything smell so fresh the next day. And the next day you awake and you hack your way through out of this forest. And it takes you the whole day to hack through and get out of the forest. And after leaving the forest, You board a boat which takes you down a river, all the way to the shoreline. And at the shore, you change into a bigger boat. You spend a few days travelling on that boat, enjoying the sea view, some days watching as dolphins come alongside the boat and play around the boat. Other days seeing whales breaching, splashing in the sea, and just enjoying your journey all the way home. And once home, you head to a special antique shop where you know that the owner buys unusual items, and you show off that claw. And they want to know whether it's genuine and where it came from. And they don't at first believe that it's genuine because it looks too fresh to be millions and millions of years old. But as you talk to them about this claw, the strangest customer walks in. They've got a long, flowing, purple coat that seems to shimmer and sparkle as they move, that spreads out when they turn and folds in when they stand still. And they turn and they look at you. And they start to breathe the same as you. And something about their gaze fixates your gaze. And then you notice your eyes blinking and your eyes shutting. And when you open your eyes, you find that you no longer have that claw. And the worker in this antique shop carries on the conversation as if nothing at all has happened. And you ask who that person was who just came in here. And they say that no one's been in here, you've just been holding a conversation with each other. And you find that in your hand is an envelope. And you open the envelope, you take out the letter in the envelope, you unfold that letter. And it just says, you haven't seen anything. You don't know anything. And it seems to be headed by an organisation you've never heard of before. And the worker in this shop asks you what it was you came in here for, that you haven't said yet. And you say you can't remember. And you try and think what it was you came into this shop for. And you check your pockets to try and remind yourself. And you can't even remember that you came in here with that claw. You seem to have forgotten the claw. And then you realise that you can't even remember what you've been up to the last few days, as you try and think back over why you came to this shop and where you were before coming to the shop, You are sure you must have been at home, but you don't remember anything else. And you apologise to the antique dealer. You leave the shop. And the whole journey home, you're wondering what it is that you did, where you've been. And you arrive at home and you see your backpack. You wonder why your backpack is all set up, whether you've planned on going somewhere or whether you've been somewhere. And then you see in a pocket in the backpack that there's a ticket for a boat trip. But you don't recall that boat trip. And you're trying to work out what's gone on, where you've been. Then as you search in your backpack, you end up finding what looks like a little patch of fluffy feathers. And suddenly in your mind's eye, you get a flash of that little friendly dinosaur. And a bit like a fleeting dream, you try really hard to focus your attention on that little dinosaur, trying to figure out what it means, where you've seen that dinosaur. And as you hold that in your fingertips, noticing it being so soft, you start to get more of a flash of the experience and gradually start to form more of a memory, but you can't quite figure it out. And as you sit there, a storm begins outside, and as the thunder rolls in, you start to imagine the walls vibrating and shaking. And then you remember that you're in a chamber. And you start to recall more and more of the experience. And after a short while, it's almost as if someone has turned a light on in your mind. You suddenly remember everything, and you remember someone approaching you in a shop. And you remember them convincing you just to hand over that claw. And you remember how distinctive they looked, despite the fact that at the time you ended up with no memory of them. And you would think you'd remember someone who's very distinctive. And you look back at that letter, and you now know that you were given that letter by whoever and whatever organisation it was who got hold of that claw, and that they must know where that place is and what that place is where you sought that claw. And you don't know how they became aware of you, or how they became aware of that place, but somehow they've known about you and worked out that you found that place. And now they know what you found there. And you don't know what role you'll play in the rest of that story. Whether you'll have to go and try and protect that place, because you're aware that whoever this is probably doesn't have good intentions. And so you settle down that night, starting to work on a plan for how you can get back to that place and make sure that they're not going to do anything that could cause harm or danger to others, or put that place at risk if they find out about the dinosaurs. And that they'll probably find out very quickly that there are living dinosaurs there because of you bringing back that claw. So you feel a sense of responsibility to protect the dinosaur you made friends with, as well as the other dinosaurs you saw. And you don't want them to accidentally or on purpose release whatever it was that may have wiped out that old civilization, that may be the thing that you heard pounding on the walls of that chamber. And as you think and wonder what it is you'll do in the future, you drift and float so peacefully and comfortably asleep, knowing you'll awaken in the morning, motivated with a sense of purpose, a go-getting mindset of wanting to find a solution to deal with this problem as you drift and float comfortably and deeply asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift asleep, you can just have a sense of a princess out in her garden one day. And as she's walking around her garden, she often feels very lonely. She walks around, and because of her status as a princess, there's high walls around the garden. She's never allowed to see anyone. And whenever she does see people, she always has lots of other people with her, normally between her and the people that she's seeing. And she always has people telling her where to stand, who she can see, who she can't see, how long those people can see her for. She feels that people often think that she's the lucky one, living in this palace, having this most beautiful garden. And she often ends up feeling bad for feeling bad, as if somehow feeling like she wants something different in life is the wrong thing to feel when others think you have everything. And so she keeps a lot of this to herself, and she comes out into her garden. She walks around her garden, the place where she can begin to feel a connection and feel a sense of being in control of what she's choosing to do. She can walk in among the woodland in the garden. She can stop and listen to a bird in a tree. She can walk over to the pond and sit down on a bench and just gaze out over that pond. And no one comes out into the garden and over to her to tell her not to sit here, not to sit there, not to do this, not to do that. She knows that they're aware of where she is, and that they would be aware if she disappeared or didn't return when expected. But they don't follow her in her own garden. And one day, while she's walking around her garden, walking through the woodland, then out the other side of the woodland, following a path round, listening to the birds, smelling the smell of the different flowers as she walks past them, with different flower beds, different colours, looking at the texture of those different flowers, noticing the way they gently move in the breeze, and the way the breeze lifts certain scents towards her nose that may not even be from the flowers that she can see. And then she sits down on that bench near the pond. And as she sits there, she hears a splosh in the water and can see the ripples spreading out from just around the corner in the pond, behind some green leaves. And those ripples spread across the pond, making the most beautiful water lily bob up and down. And as those ripples gradually fade, she notices a frog suddenly jump up from the edge of the pond, from under the water, and land on the grass next to the pond. And that frog hops gently over to the princess and sits on the bench next to the princess. And the princess begins to talk to that frog and is sure that that frog is listening attentively to what she's saying, that the frog looks like it's so interested in what she's saying. And then as it begins to get later, that frog heads back to the pond, jumps in the pond, and then she hears a slight splosh at the other side of the pond, as the frog has probably left the pond to head to its home, wherever that is, somewhere around the side of the pond. And she heads inside, and she has something to eat, and she heads to bed. And the next day, she wakes up, she has certain duties to do. She has to go out, smile, greet people, appear interested in things she doesn't really understand. And she looks forward to her time back in the garden. And when in the garden again, she sits back down near the pond. And once again, that frog comes and joins her. And then, again, as it starts getting late, she heads back inside and settles down for the night and drifts comfortably asleep. And day after day, she gets up, eats breakfast, goes through her daily chores, looking forward to the end of the day when she can sit on that bench with that frog, and that she's sure that frog is aware of what it's doing because it joins her every single evening, and it sits there until it starts getting dark, and then they both head away from the bench. And one day, as she's walking through the woods in the garden, she wonders what it'd be like to be able to talk with that frog, but have the frog talk back. The frog just seems to sit and listen, and it's very attentive at listening. But she wonders whether it could ever talk back, and she could ever have a two-way conversation, perhaps even finding out what goes on in the frog's life, where the frog lives, what the frog does all day, every day. And she heads to that bench, and she sits on that bench, and that frog appears and sits next to her. And then, when it starts getting late, that frog heads away and she heads off, back in and goes to bed. And months pass. And she gets older and older. But instead of getting older and older and getting more and more freedom, the older she gets, the more she finds that people expect things of her. People expect her to do more chores, more duties that aren't of her choosing. And she's always just told it's what you were born to do. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. You do what you're born to do. And the older she got, the more she began to resent this idea that you have to do what you're born to do when there are other things you would like to be doing instead. And as she begins to get older, she starts to wonder whether maybe sometime in the future she can find a way where she's allowed to leave home. And she wonders what people would say, what the consequences of her taking control of her own life would be. And she sits on that bench and she talks it over with that frog. And the frog sits there just listening, like every other night. And then she heads to bed. And every day she sits and talks with the frog, and every night she goes to bed, and during every day she looks forward to her time on that bench. And then one day, while she's walking through the woodland, she notices a slight sparkle coming from what looks like a tiny shoot sprouting from the ground. And there's a slight twinkling sound of bells. She walks over towards that shoot coming up from the ground, and she can see the slightest signs of a new tree breaking through that ground. And that tree seems to be making the sounds of twinkling bells. And as she looks closely, she can see some golden sparkles around the leaves. And she touches that with her fingertips. And as her fingertips touch those tiny leaves, so they start to twinkle like touching tiny bells. And as she touches the stalk of that tree, just the flimsiest of trunks, it's like all the bells sing at once. And a slight cloud of golden sparkles start to spread out from that tree. And she heads off to the pond and sits and talks with the frog. And the next few days, she's so busy, she doesn't have time to go and walk through the woods like she's been doing. But she always makes time for the thing she feels is most important, which is sitting on that bench, talking with that frog. And days turn into weeks, and weeks into months. And her schedule's got so busy that she doesn't have much time to walk around the garden, to walk through the woods. But she always makes time for that frog. And then one day, after months of not walking through the woods, she starts to think about that sparkling, twinkling, shimmering tree that was so tiny and delicate. And she walks in through the woods and is surprised to find what almost looks like a wall in the middle of the woods, almost like a giant plank of wood. And then she realizes that it's an enormous trunk of a tree, and where that tiny tree once was only months ago is now an enormous tree stretching way up through the canopy of these woods. And she's wondering why she couldn't see it or didn't notice it from the garden. And she'd never really been one to look up and pay attention. She often walked around with her head down. She would look at the grass and she would look at the plants, but she'd rarely look up at the sky. She always felt that looking up at the sky too often made her think of freedom, think of the idea of soaring like a bird. And she didn't like focusing too much on freedom when it reminded her of the lack of freedom she felt she had. So she'd walk around trying to appreciate what she's got within what she almost felt was like a prison. And not a prison that was uncomfortable, but a prison that was almost like an illusion, that she wouldn't realize that she was restricted until she pushed against the restrictions. And now here she was, faced with this giant tree. And the trunk itself, before the first branch, appeared to be higher than the whole woodland around here. She wondered whether it would be possible to climb this tree, to see what's up there, to see what the view's like from the top. To get a view almost like you're a bird soaring through the sky, and yet having the safety of knowing that you're safely on something that's solid and attached to the ground. And the tree is so large that she could easily grasp handfuls of bark. And a bit like a rock climber, she was able to find footholds and start to ascend that tree. And every time she gripped with a hand or knocked the tree with a foot, what looked almost like golden powder would sparkle and twinkle and fall from the tree. And although it was incredibly hard work, she climbed up that trunk until she was higher than the treetops around her. And she could see that she still had some distance to climb just to get to the lowest branch. And as she reached that lowest branch, so she saw some low-hanging fruit. And yet, this giant tree seemed to actually contain giant fruit. And she could see the giant, what looked like oranges hanging from these low branches. But as she continued to ascend the tree, she noticed there was different fruit hanging from different branches. And she continued to climb. And while she climbed, she saw flowers, the most beautiful flowers in this tree, that were larger than she was. And yet the tree continued going on. And so she climbed higher and higher. And after a while she was climbing from one branch to another, and she would have to reach up way above her head, grab hold of a branch, and manage to get her footing and pull herself up to that branch. Sometimes she'd have to jump a little, but the branches were so wide that it was just like jumping up a bit on a floor. And the tree felt so solid and secure. And from up here, she stood and hung onto a branch, while standing on another branch, and gazed out over the land. She could see the way the sun caught a distant river, and sparkled and twinkled on the water. She could see distant woodland on the hills rolling away almost into a blueness. She could see people silently milling around in the nearby town, and horse and cart roaming down paths and cutting through the land. And she could see birds flying above the land, and yet she was so high up that many of the birds flying were lower than she was. She was looking down upon birds of prey hovering above fields, some circling up in warm updrafts. And she continued ascending this tree, wondering how much further she had to go. She could see as the sun was beginning to set And she worried that she hadn't spent any time with the frog, and this is the first time in years that she hadn't sat by that pond and talked to the frog. And she had no way of going and telling the frog what she was doing. And she felt a little bit of guilt at not being able to do so, and hoped that she could explain. And she'd been climbing for so long. She didn't want to have to go down now, when she might well be near the top. And she noticed as she climbed that the strangest thing was happening, that sometimes she'd make really good progress climbing. And so she would notice the sun beginning to set over the horizon. And then she would turn around and the sun would be back above the horizon again. And then from this higher vantage point, she would see it setting. But then, as she rapidly ascended the tree, she would turn around and it would be just above the horizon again. And this tree was getting easier and easier to climb as the branches were getting smaller and smaller. Because as they were getting smaller and smaller, so they were getting more like the branches of a normal tree. And so much easier to reach from one to the next. And she continued up all the way to the top of this tree. And as she reached the top of the tree, she noticed herself heading into a layer of cloud. And she could see that that layer of cloud was there, but it seemed to be just hovering around the top of this tree. And she headed through that layer of cloud. And as she did, the other side of this layer of cloud, almost like passing through dense fog, the sky opened up to the most beautiful blanket of stars. And that blanket of stars was shining down upon the top of the clouds. And the top of the clouds here looked different to what she was expecting. She could see that there seemed to be fairies flying around just above the clouds. And they were disturbing the clouds ever so slightly with the beat of their wings. And she could see that they seemed to be doing something. And as she reached down to the top of the clouds, she felt that it seemed to have some level of solidness to it. And so she reached down with one foot and gently touched the top of the cloud with the foot. And as she did, her foot rested upon it, almost like walking on duvet covers on a bed, that there was a slight springiness to each step that she took, but she was able to walk on this mysterious cloud that sits at the top of the tree. And all the fairies that she could see seemed to just carry on working, doing whatever it was that they were doing. And every now and then, she would see a fairy pop up through the cloud, a little burst or puff of fog. And then it would place something down and then disappear again. and the princess went to the nearest fairy and asked what they were doing. And the fairy appeared a little startled. They were so absorbed in what they were doing that they didn't even notice that she had appeared. And they said that there are fairies arriving with different teeth, and they leave the teeth up here, and the white teeth almost become planted in the cloud, and they sprout almost like seeds. They sprout little points of gold within the cloud, but each little point of gold actually contains a nugget of magic. And so more fairies pan for those little bits of gold. The clouds are full of water, and that water runs and flows across and through the cloud. And as it seeps down through the cloud, so some of that water starts spilling out of the cloud and rains down on the land below. But as it's flowing along the cloud, they pan for that gold, searching for where the teeth have become golden nuggets. Because it's only once they become golden nuggets they're able to roll and flow, while their teeth, they're slightly spiky on one end, and that sticks them in place. And they absorb the magic of the cloud, the magic of the way the water flows across and through the cloud. But it's only once they've turned to gold that they can then roll and move around. And as the fairy was telling the princess this, so she happened to hear a slight chink in her little pan. And she looked down, and the princess looked down, and in the pan was what looked like a little speck of gold. And the fairy picked that up and said, "This is what we're looking for." And occasionally, one of these little nuggets of gold may fall to the ground. And when they do, and if they go unnoticed and we've been unable to find them, they begin to grow, but only in the right locations. And the fairy said it looks like that's what's happened here with you, that one of these little nuggets must have fallen from the clouds. There must be something magical about where it landed, for it to sprout into a tree, to reach itself back up to the clouds. And the fairy explained that they gather up these golden nuggets, and they use these golden nuggets to help them to be able to do magic. And not just themselves, but there's an entire magical kingdom, often unseen by others. And it's these little gold nuggets that help to power that whole magical kingdom. And the princess was fascinated by this strange land and by this fairy. And she asked, "What kind of magic can you do?" And the fairy explained that there's a lot of magic that goes on right under your nose, and you don't even notice that when you're a child, you're more receptive to that magic. You believe in the magic. You leave a tooth under a pillow because you believe in magic. But as you grow older, normally your mind goes off to other things, and the magic fades from your life. And some people will continue to believe in magic, and they see magic wherever they look. But the magic we can do is granting wishes, is making certain things come true. But sometimes it's not exactly as you would expect. And we don't use our magic unless it's to try and help. And the princess made an off-the-cuff remark about the frog and how she wishes that she could communicate with that frog, and the frog could communicate back. That frog she's known for many years is like a best friend to her. And the fairy says that that can be done. The fairy says, "Meet me tomorrow night at that bench where you meet the frog." And then the princess goes and descends that tree, and it takes her most of the night to work her way down the tree. And at the bottom of the tree she heads off to that pond, and the frog isn't there this late at night, and she hopes that the frog is okay with the fact that she wasn't there when she normally is, and that the frog didn't worry about her and would understand that had she not been halfway up a tree, she would have been there. And she knows she'll be there tomorrow night. And she heads off to bed for the last couple of hours of the night, before waking up in the morning, excited at what the day will bring. But first of all, she has to go out on a special duty, and she's pandered around and made to look all pretty. And she thinks what all these people are doing is just for their own benefit and what they want her to be. But she lets them get on with their jobs. And then she heads out the front. And out the front waiting for her are two of the most beautiful white horses, pulling what almost looks like a crystal or a glass carriage that seems to sparkle as the morning sunlight strikes it. And a person in a white suit is holding the door open. And she heads over, climbs in. The door gets closed behind her, and the horses begin to trot out of the palace grounds. And they go on a journey past the nearby town, heading off through countryside, heading to a larger city. And after a few hours, that carriage arrives in that larger city. The princess goes and does as she's instructed to do. And after doing what she's been instructed to do, she gets to spend just a little bit of time in a park in this city before she's going to head back in that carriage. And in the park she watches as some squirrels are scampering around a tree, almost seeming to defy gravity in the way they chase each other around, with one squirrel almost managing to grab the fluffy tail of the squirrel in front. And then halfway up the tree, the squirrel in front seems to turn around, and the squirrel behind now seems to be running away from the other squirrel, before one runs onto a branch, runs along the branch and leaps to another tree. And she watches them running around and playing for a while. She sees someone feeding a dove over by a lake. And it makes her think of her relationship with that frog, of just being able to have that one thing that you can communicate with, that seems to understand you. And then she gets the call that it's time to head back. And she's looking forward to being back, to seeing the frog and explaining the previous day's events, and the events to unfold that night. And back at the palace, she quickly changes, has a hot shower to help to wake her up and help her feel refreshed. She's still tired from the long previous night, and she doesn't know what tonight will hold. And then she heads out into the garden. She heads round to that pond, and she sits down on that bench. And as she sits on that bench, so she hears a splosh, and then sees that frog jump up the other side of the pond. And that frog heads over, jumps up on the bench, and it's as if nothing had happened. She excitedly tells the frog all about her previous night, about how that tiny little tree that she saw months ago had turned into this giant tree that she followed all the way up to the clouds, where she found some fairies panning for gold that said that they could grant her a wish and to meet her tonight. And the frog seemed to just sit and listen, so peacefully, so calmly, so attentively. And then as it got later and later, and the sun set, so that frog headed back to where it came from. And the princess just remained sat there, resting on that bench, waiting for the fairy to arrive, wondering whether the fairy would arrive. And as she sat there, she began to look up at the stars appearing overhead. While she looked up, she could see that there were some clouds obscuring some of the stars, She wondered whether, if she looked up towards the woodland, she would see that tree stretching up into the sky. And she saw the occasional shooting star pass over, that she almost thought she heard sparkle and crackle. And then she noticed some sparkling in the sky that seemed to be just gradually moving in her direction. Initially, she barely noticed it moving at all. It just looked like it was gradually getting slightly larger. But then that sparkling started moving and weaving, as if it was flying down towards her. And after a little while, that fairy landed on the arm of the bench. And the fairy said that she's here to grant this wish. What is it that she would like? And the princess says that I would like to be able to talk with the frog, and to have the frog be able to talk back to me. I'd like us both to understand each other, to be able to be true friends. I'd like to be able to lead the life that I want to lead, and not lead a life that's dictated to me. And the fairy says that that can be granted, that you'll have one night and one day, and then the night after that will be a full moon. And on that night of the full moon, you'll come out here, and resting on the bench, you'll find some passion fruit, and you'll eat that passion fruit. And then you'll have one more night and one more day. And then you'll be able to lead that life you talk of. But those extra days are days for you to make sure that's what you want. That once you eat the fruit, that's the life that you'll have. And the princess is already certain that is the life that she wants. But she's happy to wait those days if she has to. And the fairy flies off. And the princess heads inside. And the next day the princess begins to share with everyone that her life is changing, that she's going to start doing what she wants to do, and that she's thinking of leaving the palace and may not be around again. And those around her explain that they don't like the idea of this. She's got a job to do. She's born into this role, and she should do what she's born to do. And she explains that whether they like it or not doesn't matter. It's what she'll be doing. That it's now time for her to take control of her life, to lead the life that she wants to lead. And she spends the next couple of days explaining her case. And over those couple of days, they accept that she'll do what she chooses to do. They're not happy with it, and they begin to make plans for what will happen to everything here, what will happen to the palace. And she explains she just wants those who can live here to remain here. And they talk through the agreements. And she decides who she wants to stay in the palace, so that she knows it'll be looked after off into the future, not just given to someone who may sell it straight away, but used by someone who would love to live in this palace, and that'll make it a home. And then she heads out into the garden, and the sun is beginning to set, and she talks with that frog. And then she sees that fairy arrive, and the fairy conjures up that passion fruit, and she consumes the passion fruit and doesn't feel any different. And the fairy says it's done now. All the changes are set in motion, like rolling a marble down a drainpipe. There's only one way for it to go. And the princess heads to bed, having said good night to the fairy and the frog. And when she heads to bed, the strangest thing happens. That just as she's drifting asleep, she suddenly feels this jerky feeling, like she suddenly jumped or twitched or moved on the bed. And then she feels it again. And she gets woken up with this feeling like she's almost fighting with her bed, like the bed is trying to bounce around all over the room, and like she's struggling to stay on the bed. And eventually, after a while, she manages to drift off asleep and relax. And she wakes up the next morning thinking about that strange experience. And feeling lucky that she doesn't normally have sleeping experiences like that. Normally she settles down at bedtime and just drifts comfortably asleep. And that evening she heads out. She talks with the frog like usual. And she starts to feel a bit restless, but heads into bed that night to the most beautiful full moon. And then that night she again experiences this bouncing, strange, twitching feeling in the bed, almost like she's fighting the bed again, before relaxing from head to toe. And she really focuses all her attention, thinking to herself, okay, relax the head. Allow that relaxation to just gently spread down the neck, smoothing, relaxing, softening those neck muscles, relaxing down to the shoulders, so calmly, so peacefully relaxing those shoulders, and allowing that relaxation with each and every out-breath to move down to the upper arms, down around the shoulder blades, around the chest, relaxing, softening those muscles, passing that relaxation down with each out-breath, down both arms, down to the forearms, all the way down to the palms of the hands, and radiating that relaxation down to the fingertips, with that relaxation increasing with each and every out-breath. As that relaxation spreads deeper and deeper down from the chest and the shoulder blades, down the lower back, around the stomach, all the way down to the legs, really softening, relaxing, smoothing those muscles in the legs, moving that relaxation down all the way to the feet, to the tips of the toes, with that calm, warm, gentle relaxation from the top of the head all the way down to the tips of the toes, relaxing so gently, so peacefully, so completely. Breathing in relaxation, breathing out any tension, with each out breath increasing that relaxation, as any leftover tension is breathed out. And she tells herself this for a little while, noticing her body become so still and calm and peaceful, as she drifts into the most pleasant sleep. And the next day she awakens, feeling so relaxed, so refreshed, so revitalized and full of energy for the day, and excited about what this day will bring. And as the day moves on, so she goes to that bench, she sits on that bench, and she waits for that frog. And then she hears that splosh, and then sees that frog jump out of the pond and come over and sit on the bench. And as the sun begins to set, so it casts the most beautiful golden light across the garden, across the flowers, the grass, across the pond, glistening and sparkling. And then she notices the strangest thing. She starts to have this feeling of glistening. And she looks down at her hands, and she can see golden sparkles around her hands, her arms, her legs, her body, and notices that she seems to be sparkling golden, and that sparkling begins to increase. And as it increases, so she starts to feel the most beautiful, comfortable tingling from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. And then she notices delight increasing, getting brighter and brighter around her eyes, so much so that she closes her eyes. And as she closes her eyes, she can still see delight. As it begins to fade, and she opens her eyes, and as she does, she can see that frog looking back at her. And she notices that they're at eye level. And she looks at herself and realizes that she's turned into a frog. And then the frog moves its mouth and its throat. And she realizes that she can understand it. And for the first time ever, she can hear its voice and the way the frog speaks. And she responds to say, "I understand you." And she realizes that she can understand herself just like she could before, but she's aware that the way she spoke, the frog could understand her as well. And the two of them sat there for a while, conversing and realizing they have so much in common. And the frog explains that they've got something to show you. And the princess follows that frog as they jump down from the bench and hop their way over to the pond. And they stop at the edge of the pond and look back as the princess jumps down from the bench and hops over to the pond. And then that frog jumps into the water. The princess follows, and the frog makes sure that they're not that far ahead so that they can be seen as they swim. Then they pop up the other side, and the princess pops up the other side. And they hop through what to a frog is tall grass that seems to almost tickle the sides of the legs and the body and the nose while hopping through that tall grass. And then the frog hops into a hole in a tree trunk. The princess follows. And what she discovers inside that tree trunk takes her breath away for a moment. She can see that the entire inside of this tree is just covered in rows and rows of books circling around, level after level after level, all the way up the inside of the tree trunk. And that there are ladders that are on tiny wheels that reach up a few levels of books. And at the top of one of the ladders is then a point where the ladder pulls over to a platform. And on that platform is another ladder that moves around a number of levels. And the princess looks up as far as the eye can see at all of these books. And the frog explains that there's an entire world of magic that the princess has been unaware of until now. That all the knowledge of this magical realm that sits over the top of her world is contained in this library and many similar libraries, and that their day job is to keep an eye on the library, to know all of these books, to be able to know what book has what spell in it, to know what book has what knowledge in it, and to be able to find that book. and that all the magical creatures come to this tree and others like it, and they'll then find what they're looking for, and they'll supply that knowledge. And this is just the beginning of this world. And the frog hops their way to the back of this tree, where there seems to be a tiny door. And the princess, with a knowledge of her garden, has an idea of which tree this is, and of what should be the other side of the tree, and wonders whether they'll be able to see that big tree. And the frog opens the door, and as they open the door, and then they hop through that open door, the princess discovers that where they are doesn't even look like her garden. And the frog explains that there are two worlds that overlap, and occasionally there are points that puncture from one world to another, where the worlds cross over, especially around those who believe in magic, where those who believe in magic can almost will the two worlds into the same frequency, making the two worlds collide, and they may suddenly get a glimpse of a fairy, or a troll, or a giant, or a dragon, and often they go unbelieved. And then as people believe less, so the worlds mix less. But there are still these portals, like this door, that connect the worlds. And the two of them hop through this world. And the princess is surprised to see what looks like hundreds and hundreds of strange little fluffy creatures with the softest fluffy fur that looks like the slightest drop of rain would make them puff up into a giant fur ball. And yet, despite looking like balls of fluff, they have slightly scaly tails, with thinner fur on the tails. And up near their heads, they have slight scaly bits, almost like they've got a plate in their throat that's pointing backwards before they get to a head that looks a bit lizard-like. And then one of them lets out a slight squeaky noise and a tiny puff of fire and a little bit of smoke. And the princess realizes that these are like tiny little dragons. And the frog explains that their furry coats are fireproof, but they've got those bits on their neck just to keep the fur away from the fire, because although they're fireproof, they could still irritate the neck and can still make it so that they could end up almost sneezing fire accidentally. And then, with a massive thud, the princess sees a giant dragon land next to those hundreds of tiny dragons. And the frog explains that here in this land, dragons give birth to hundreds of dragons, that they lay hundreds of eggs, and they have to then raise these hundreds of baby dragons. And it can be a lot to take care of. But everything here is so friendly and supportive that sometimes fairies will fly down and they'll want to ride on the baby dragons. And the baby dragons will have fun racing each other, with the fairies racing on their backs. That they can't fly yet. These dragons can only run. That their wings aren't suitable for flight until they're a few years old. And sometimes the giants will fly around on the giant dragons. That it just helps them to get from A to B so much faster. And the frog continues to guide the princess through the land and says, I'm going to take you to where I live. They said, I work in that library, in that tree, and after work every day, I've been going to that bench where I met you. And I've sat there, I've listened to you every day, and I've been able to understand you, but you've not been able to understand me, so I've just sat there listening. But after work, I head home. And so they guided the princess past the dragons, all the way down to a lake in this land. Only this lake was different, that the water running through this lake was brown in colour and had a chocolatey consistency. And the frog wouldn't say what it was, just that it isn't chocolate, but in the same way that they said they've seen young children try and eat mud thinking it was chocolate. There are many in this land who try and eat this water thinking it's chocolate, only to realise it doesn't taste like chocolate when you try it. And they swim through that water, out the other side. And on the other side is what looks like a toadstool, with a door in it. And the frog says, this is home. And the frog says that they were told by the fairy what was going to happen, that they were aware of the princess going up on that tree, going up to the cloud, that they've known what was going to go on. And so they've made up a bed where the princess can sleep. And then in the morning, they can begin to look at what the princess wants to do with her life now. That she can explore, she can go on adventures, she can do whatever she wants to do here. She can revisit that garden or the other land. and they can find where she wants to live. But for now, she can stay with this frog. And she can decide what she wants to do, whether there's any jobs that she'd like to do, that nobody gets paid to do anything. But everyone does something. Everyone has something they like doing, something they're perhaps good at doing, or something that they want to do just to be helpful to others, that people take on roles to feel satisfied. And that they can go and meet the others that live nearby, that in the same way that from the land that she came from, there are towns and cities. Here there are towns and cities. And she can go and explore them all. And the princess settles down on that bed in that toadstool. And she feels a bit odd while she's trying to lie comfortably as a frog for the first time, but drifts comfortably asleep just as easily as she has done previously. But this time there's a different quality to her sleep, that she knows that when she wakes up, her life is her own, that she's now independent and free to make her own choices and lead the life that she wants to lead. And with a smile and a sense of deep relaxation, she drifts and floats, so comfortably asleep, wondering what her future will bring, what her friendship with this frog will bring. And she drifts and floats into the most pleasant dreams and falls asleep so comfortably all night. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper with the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. But as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And you find yourself walking through some woodland on a crisp winter's day. And you can hear the sound of the crisp grass crunching beneath your feet. You can hear the rustling of the leaves and the way bare branches knock and rub against themselves as the wind blows a breeze. And as you look around, you can see the different shades of brown of the trees, noticing the bare trees that you can see through to the sky, seeing through those branches, and then noticing the pine trees, still thick with tiny leaves. And as you walk, you can breathe in that fresh, clean air and really feel that air passing in through your nostrils, down your throat, and then breathing out, really feeling a sense of peace and calm while you're out walking through this woodland. And then off in the distance, in this woodland, you can hear the sound of a fox, and then hear it scurrying around, and the sound like a couple of foxes are perhaps playing. As you continue walking through the woodland, and you feel the coolness, the crispness of that air on your cheeks, while you're wrapped up so warm, so comfortably. And you walk out of that woodland, following this path round, towards a chateau that you're staying at. And as you walk towards that chateau, you can see the name of the chateau, Lalande, as you walk towards it. And you follow the sign, you follow the path, and you pass a wall and start walking up the drive. But as you're walking up the drive, something catches your attention. Just heading around the side of the chateau, you notice the most beautiful swan. And you see its wings outstretched, as if it's almost trying to fly and walk at the same time, as if it's trying to rush around that corner. And with intrigue, you follow that swan. You walk towards that corner. And as you walk around the corner, you see that swan heading across the garden and heading between some bushes. And you have this feeling almost like the swan seems to glow, seems to be such a pure white that that swan almost seems to glow. And you cross that garden, you cut between the bushes, and behind the bushes you notice a wall, and it's a high stone wall, and you run your fingers along that wall, feeling those cool stones under your fingertips as you walk along the wall, listening carefully for the sound of that swan, sure that that swan must be back here behind these bushes somewhere. And you can hear your own footsteps as you walk. You can hear the sound of your legs brushing past the bushes. You can hear the sound of the breeze. And then you hear this slight sound and realize the swan isn't far ahead. And so you very carefully and slowly continue to walk along the side of the wall. And then you hear a slight echoey sound in the air that you can hear blowing around. And you realize that in the wall seems to be an entrance, and that there doesn't seem to be anything the other side of the wall. It's almost like it's a cave. as if that area at least is much deeper than just a wall. And so you carefully walk into that cave, noticing the way the air changes as you enter. You get your phone out of your pocket. You turn on the torch, illuminating this space. You can hear the slight dripping of water coming from inside this cave. And you've been staying at this chateau for a while. You've been out for daily walks to the woods around the grounds of the chateau and back to the chateau. You've walked around the garden. You're even sure that you've walked behind this wall, and yet you've never noticed this cave. And you walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And as you walk deeper into the cave, so you begin to notice that you can hear that swan. You can hear that swan walking further ahead of you. And then you notice a slight blue glow coming from deep in this cave. And as you walk further and further into the cave, so you notice blue glowing mushrooms in little clumps along the walls, and some slightly stringy bits of mushrooms, glowing blue, hanging from the ceiling, with the occasional drop of water dripping off of them onto the ground. And on the ground you can see a very shallow stream of blue glowing water, and you follow that further and further into the cave, until eventually it opens out into a large cavern. And in this cavern is a large pool of blue glowing water, which is illuminating the cave with the most beautiful light blue glow. And on the edge of the water you can see that swan, and you notice how pure white it is. You notice that its wings seem to almost sparkle as it enters the water and splashes some of that water over its back, ducks its head down into the water, flicks its head back, wiggles its tail as it passes that water across all of its feathers. And the more it does so, the more it seems to glisten and glow and sparkle, almost as if it's covered in diamonds. And then it bathes itself again, and this time it rises up out of the water, stretching its wings out, flapping with broad, slow flaps, lifting its chest way out of the water, stretching its neck, and then lowering itself back down again. And then it washes itself a third time, and this time when it stretches its wings out and flaps its wings, that glowing increases and increases, and the sparkling increases, and it begins to glow brighter and brighter, illuminating this cavern, until you have to look away because of the brightness. But as you go to look back, you're surprised to see that instead of being in a cavern, you seem to be standing by a small lake in the most beautiful land, where the green grass blows in the breeze and makes the sounds of wind chimes and tiny bells as that breeze blows across that grass. And you can see some animals grazing, and with each step they take through that grass, that sound of twinkling bells, the most beautiful, like thousands of bells, just ringing and twinkling at once, like a soft hum in the background, at their footsteps. And you walk towards that lake, and the swan is now just travelling across the lake, just swimming like any other swan would swim in a lake, just leisurely gliding across the lake. And you walk around the lake, and you can see around the other side of the lake, in that grass, is the most beautiful tree. And as you get closer to that tree, you realize that its leaves sparkle and glisten as the sun beams down on it, with dancing rainbow light all around the base of the tree, as the light captures the prism shapes of those crystal leaves that shimmer and shake and move in the breeze. And as you walk through that gentle bell-sounding grass, you realize this whole land seems to be a vast cacophony of music that seems to all work in harmony with the nature around here. That footsteps almost sound like gentle drum beats, with their rhythms beating out, and that as animals walk, so the sounds of their footsteps fall into sync. And even when they start off walking in different rhythms, within a few steps they seem to fall into the same rhythm and the same beat. And the waves, the slight ripples on that lake, just add the most gentle synth-sounding wave sound in the background that rises gently and falls gently, and rises gently and falls gently. And as the waves are moved by the wind, so the wind feeds the sounds of the trees, the crystal leaves jingling and chiming as that light dances on the ground. And the animals make their sounds seemingly in time with the music. And you find yourself almost lost in the music of this land, almost drifting into the most pleasant reverie in this land. And you walk all the way to that tree, and you relax yourself down on the ground by the tree, and you sit with your back against the bark, and you let your eyes gently close. And with your eyes closed, you can notice that dancing light over your face, over your eyelids, as the sun shines down on the tree. And you realise that almost contained within that light is the sound of the sun, where every colour that light is split into seems to be a separate note that plays in harmony with the other colours shining on your face. And you find yourself resting there, seeing that dancing light through your eyelids, just picking up on a sense of those colours. And as you pick up on those colours, just gently moving across your eyes, you have this feeling almost like the feeling of going down deeper and deeper in a lift. That feeling of drifting deeper inside your mind, deeper and deeper into a reverie. And you start having that feeling almost like you're walking down a path into a country garden. And as you walk down that path into that country garden, in this reverie, you can notice the way butterflies dance from flower to flower, the way bees dance from flower to flower, the different birds, seeing the most beautiful golden finch landing on a bird bath, and in quite an erratic fashion, jumping from point to point before ducking into the bath, flapping its wings, splashing about a bit, almost like a blur in the water, before flying and perching just outside that water again, as if to dry off just slightly in the sun, before continuing with the day. And you walk through this garden of the most beautiful flowers, the myriad of smells as you pass roses, as you pass other flowers, as you reach a yellow flower that just has the most incredible scent to it, before passing the lavender at the back of the garden and feeling that temptation to brush your hand along the lavender and having that lavender scent. And you realise that the way the lavender smells lets you know that it rained not that long ago here in this garden. And you walk through the garden. And you continue walking across countryside. You can see a tiny village off in the distance. And so you find your way gently off to that village, just ambling along, enjoying the environment, enjoying the walk through nature. You notice this same white pigeon just keeps on coming over, landing near you, seemingly almost walking along with you for a bit, pecking at bits on the ground before flying off. And then you're sure a little while later that it's the same pigeon that lands near you again, almost as if it's watching over you and just making sure that you're on the right track on the way to that town. And as you get nearer the town, eventually you find a road, and it's little more than a track, but it's the most road-like thing that you've seen out here. And you can tell that it leads all the way to that town. So you follow that all the way to the town, and notice when you arrive at the town that it seems to be a quaint little town. A really old-fashioned town. And you can see a bookshop down one side. And so you walk down towards that bookshop, and outside the bookshop is a table of old books with their spines pointing upwards. And you run your fingers across those spines. You pick up a couple of those books. You look at the first few pages. You smell the books. You feel the pages. You hear what they sound like to turn before you head into the bookshop. And as you open the door to the bookshop, so it knocks a bell, makes that bell ring, and you're greeted with a strong wave of the scent of old books that instantly gives you a nostalgic feeling and a comforting, calming feeling. And you walk into that shop. And the corridors in this shop, the spaces between the books, are very narrow. There seems to be floor to ceiling books, at least double your height. And there's rows of books in the middle of the shop, books up all the walls. And even the desk may as well have been made of books, with books all up the front of the desk, books all round the side, books piled on the desk, some books piled in an erratic-looking style, as if someone had just been reading through those books and dumped them down to hurry to read even more. But everything looked so well looked after. And you followed the scent of the old books, as if somehow you're drawn deeper into the shop, to the part of the shop with the oldest books, and you head all the way to the back of the bookshop. And as you go deeper into the bookshop, so you notice how quiet and muffled the sound seems in here. And how you imagine that if you went to talk, you would probably talk with a whisper, as if somehow that would be what's expected of you, even though it's just a bookshop, and there's no signs to say be quiet. And at the back of this bookshop, you find a spiral staircase, and it's a metal, really old-fashioned, ornate spiral staircase. And you carefully follow that spiral staircase down into the basement of this bookshop. And as you get down into the basement of the bookshop, so you see wall-to-wall books down here. But on the back wall, which is the front of the shop, but back from where you are, you can see a cabinet. And in that cabinet seems to be lots of books, but one almost prominently displayed, one on a slight stand facing forward towards you. A large book, leather bound, looking really old, with what looks almost like rivets in that book, and a metal design on the front of the book, as if a lot of care has been taken to make this book what it is. And as you get closer to it, you can see some colour in the cover, as well as that metal design. And notice how well it looks like it's been looked after. And you open the cabinet. You take that book out of the cabinet. And you sit down on the floor, placing that book on the floor in front of you. And you open that book and look at the first page, and the second page, and eventually you find a page with a date. And you see how old that book is. And you're surprised at how old that book is, and you wonder whether you'd be able to even read it at that age. That a book hundreds of years old must be written in a very old version of a language. But you find as you start reading that you can kind of grasp what that writing says. And you start reading that book, and as you do, you begin to have this sense that somehow it's teaching you something, that it's not just a novel, even though on first reading it seems to be fictional. There seems to be more to it than that. It seems to be talking about that swan, about this land between lands, this limbo land where everything consists of rhythms, of patterns, of the underlying waves of the universe, and that you can access that using a specific blue mushroom that can be found only in one cave in France. But that cave was lost to time. And that one cave and that blue mushroom allows you to see the waves of reality as if they're something tangible, turning something intangible into something you can experience, in the same way that your senses can take waves of light and turn them into what you see, can take the waves of sound and turn them into what you can hear. The mushrooms can allow you to enter a state where you synchronize your brain waves, to be able to perceive the wave reality that underlies reality. And your brain creates what that experience ends up like for you. And as you read through, you realize that what looks like a fictional novel on the surface describes your experience. But you don't know whether this experience of reading this book is off the back of that wave reality, or just a dream, or if somehow you've exited that, because you know that this quaint little village, this small town, looks very much like somewhere you've not yet visited while you've been staying in this chateau. And so you suspect it could well be that place, but you don't know for sure. And after reading some of that book, you decide to take that book with you. And you head back and you pay for that book, and you leave the shop with that book. And then you start finding your way back, all the way back out of the town, heading back to that garden. And then you find yourself awakening under that tree, before you find yourself walking away from the tree, back towards that lake. And as you walk around the lake, so that swan raises its wings again, and as it does so, and starts flapping its wings, it seems to emanate brightness, like a bright white light, that's so bright you have to close your eyes to that brightness. And as you open your eyes again, as the light fades, you find yourself back in that cave. And the swan is just going about its business, in that lake in the cave, in that chamber there, as you find your way out and back to the garden. And as you head back to the garden, you realise you don't have that book with you. And you wonder whether that was all just part of that experience. And that perhaps that book doesn't really exist. As you walk out of the cave, you cross the garden, you head into the chateau. And in the chateau, you head to your room. And you settle down in your room, lying on a bed, pondering the experience you've had. And that night, over dinner, you tell the others in the chateau about your experience, about this strange experience that you'd had. And they tell you about the myths and legends of this place, things that people used to say existed. And you go out walking at night in the chateau grounds, and it's a cold and crisp night. You can see the blanket of stars overhead, the moonlight illuminating the environment with the most beautiful silver glow. As you think about the experience that you've had. And while you walk around the garden, you head back near that cave, and you see the cave is definitely there. That it's very hidden, but it is definitely there. And you walk in the cave, and everything's as you remember it from earlier on in the day. So you know that that is real here. And you walk around that garden. And then you notice that there's a tree house in one of the large trees in this garden. And you decide to climb up into that tree house. You wrap yourself in lots of the blankets that are in that tree house. You light a candle that's in a holder in the tree house, just having that one gently glowing light in the treehouse, while you look out of the treehouse up at the sky, out across the garden, hearing the nighttime sounds of nature. And as you rest there, looking out over the garden, you begin to ponder reality, wondering how much of the experience that you had relates to the reality you see, and how much was perhaps just a reverie or something that happened in that cave. And you start trying to make sense of what happened in that cave. You know you definitely went into the cave, but you find everything beyond that difficult to comprehend, and you have nothing to show for it other than your memories. And as you rest up in that tree house, so you feel a deep sense of peace and calm. And then after a little while, as that candle's beginning to burn out, you put the candle out, you head back inside, you go to bed for the night, knowing that the next day you're going to see if you can find that quaint little village, that little town a little way from this chateau. And the next morning, after breakfast, you leave the chateau and you find your way in the direction that you felt you walked the day before. And you realise that it does look like the town off in the distance. And as you get closer, it looks subtly different, but it still looks like the town. And you walk into that town, and there's a few more people here than you saw the day before. And everything looks like this is a slightly different version of reality, but it still seems familiar. And you can see that bookshop at the end of one of the streets. And you walk to that bookshop, and you touch the books outside the shop just as you did in your reverie the day before. You open the door to the bookshop, you hear that bell, you smell the old books, you walk into the bookshop, you walk to the back of the bookshop, descend that spiral staircase. And in a cabinet you can see on the far wall, you notice that book is sitting right there. And you head over to the cabinet. You open the cabinet, noticing the slightly creaking hinges as the cabinet door opens. You take that book out of the cabinet, and you can feel the weight of that book in your hands. You close the cabinet door. You sit on the floor and begin to look through that book. And you realize it is the same book. And you read through a bit further than before. And as you go through, you discover that somehow this book is part of a connection between these different realms. And that you'd come here and access this book while you're in that other realm, between realms. And so you take that book, you go and buy that book, leave the shop. And as you walk back to the chateau, you notice that there are dark rain clouds beginning to move in. And back at the chateau, you head back into the tree house. You wrap yourself in the blankets and you sit in that tree house. And you start reading that book. And you try and match the book with your experiences. And as you do, you hear those first large drops of rain on the windows of the treehouse, shortly followed by heavier rain. And as you listen to that rain, almost enveloping you, all around you, hearing the sound of it on the wood roof of the treehouse, hearing the sound of it on the windows around you of the treehouse, and the sound of that rain on all the grass outside, and the sound of that rain hitting the trees. You allow that to deepen your experience of relaxation, helping you to focus more on engaging with that book, almost like somehow being able to drift deeper and deeper into the experience in this way, being able to be more relaxed, seems to get you into a certain mindset, almost like a certain brainwave pattern that helps you to understand that book better, as if somehow you're suddenly reading that book across two planes of existence at once, as if somehow the rain begins to take on the sound of music. And then as you continue reading, and you approach the end of the book, you notice that the rain begins to die down, and you can see the rain going off into the distance and the sun shining. And you notice the most vivid rainbow forming against the backdrop of those dark clouds as that rain moves away. And as you notice that, so you read in the book that to see the beauty of a rainbow, you have to face away from the light and towards the darkness. And you wonder why that sentence is one of the last sentences in the book, just at the point when that's your experience. And you realize there's deeper meaning to that sentence than just what you're seeing. That somehow that resonates deep within your heart, within your soul, within you as a being. And as that resonates, so you reach the end of the book, and there's the last few drops of fine rain just settling on the grass as those clouds continue moving off, as the rainbow fades away, and the sun illuminates the ground. And although it's generally a cooler day, that sunlight shining on the grass begins to make the most beautiful sunny day, with this perfect mist rising from the grass, flowing out around the trees, and gradually rising back to the sky, as if the water is going home, as if the water has gone on a trip to the ground and is now leaving that ground to travel away again, to continue its own journey. And you notice there's a certain silence, followed by the beginning of the sounds of birds that you couldn't hear moments earlier. And you listen and relax to those sounds of the birds as you descend from the treehouse. You head back into the chateau. And as you walk into the chateau, so you walk into an airy, stony part of the chateau, hearing your footsteps reverberate as you carry that book through the chateau. And then you hear someone walking down the corridor to you, and they greet you and say they hope that you've had a wonderful stay. And you say to this lady that stood there that it's been a really interesting and intriguing experience. You'll definitely be visiting again. And you'll recommend others visit here too. And she's glad that you enjoyed your stay. And you head back to the room for your one last night here. And you put that book on the bed. You prepare yourself for dinner. You enjoy dinner with the others here at the chateau. You regale them with your tales of your experience. And you find strangely that they don't seem to consider your experience particularly odd. They just accept it as one of the unusual things that happen when you stay somewhere like this. And after the most beautiful evening with the others here, you head back to the room and you settle down for your final night's sleep, and thinking about the contents of that book and how much learning you're going to do reading that book, processing the information and absorbing yourself in reveries around that book and revisiting this chateau again to go and find that cave and explore the cave and see what you can discover and learn, and whether you can find alternative ways of connecting with the true nature of reality, or whether you're going to have to use those mushrooms. And you realise that it must have been because of you walking through the water that had been dripping through the mushrooms hanging from the ceiling, that perhaps there's a slight mist in the air in the cave of that water, and that might be how you ingested some of the mushroom to allow the experience to occur. But you know that you'll explore all that ready for your next trip here in the future, that you've already got a lot to process and work out. And as you think about all this, you begin to drift and float so peacefully and comfortably asleep, knowing you'll be full of energy in the morning, eager to get up, crack on with your day, looking forward to what you'll be choosing to do during that day, looking forward to enjoying your day, finding the moments of pleasure in the day. And as you think about those things, you rest down in that bed, feeling so comfortable, so calm, so relaxed, as you drift and float peacefully asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to gently drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of the sound of a bubbling aquarium. And this aquarium fills the whole wall of a building. And attached to the rest of that building looks very much like a comfortable log cabin. And that aquarium, that large wall, extends way back, but because the inside of that aquarium area is blue, it's hard to tell exactly how far back it goes as you look in on it. But as you look in on that aquarium, you can hear the bubbling of those bubbles rising up around the sides of the aquarium, circulating some of that water. You can see the gentle waving movement of the plants in that aquarium, stretching up from the base up towards the surface of that water. You can see some rays gently swimming and gliding their way through the water, and smaller fish. And off nearer to the back of that aquarium, you can see a turtle. And as you stand there, gazing into that aquarium, in that cabin, you can hear the crackling fire behind you. And you can feel the comfortable warmth of being in that cabin, the almost hypnotic sound of the water in the aquarium, and the almost hypnotic vision of the slow moving of the fish, of the rays, of that turtle. And while watching, almost being hypnotized by the aquarium, noticing the way the light changes and shimmers through the water. You can hear the sound of rain outside the cabin. And as that rain gets stronger, so you begin to hear it on the roof of the cabin. And you start to wonder what the experience would be for those creatures in that aquarium. Because in the aquarium, the top of it is open to the elements. And so when you look up in that aquarium, you can see the circular patterns appearing from each raindrop that strikes the surface. You can see the way the waves undulate and the interactions between the undulating waves and the circular waves of the raindrops. And you wonder whether there's any sound of that for those in the water, whether the rain hitting the water makes an audible sound in the same way that the rain hitting the roof makes a sound that you're aware of. Because as you gaze into that aquarium, you have this sense that it's peaceful, serene and quiet, that the rain is barely moving the water itself, just rippling up the surface. And you leave that aquarium and head over and sit in a comfortable seat by the fire. And you can still see the aquarium over there on that side of the room. And you find a book beside you. You turn to a bookmarked page, and you begin to read where you left off the night before. And as you read, you begin to find yourself more absorbed in the story, and you become less aware of your surroundings, and you lose all track of time. And then after a while, you reach the end of a chapter, and you have this feeling like it's time to rest. It's time to go to bed. So you put your bookmark in place. You close that book. You place that back down by the chair. And you can see as you stand up and look out of the window that it's now getting dark outside. You can see, looking into the aquarium, that the lights in that aquarium have turned on, just gently illuminating the water with just a low glow, just enough so that you can notice the movement of the creatures in that aquarium. And you can still hear that rain on the roof, and you head off to bed. And as you relax down in bed, close your eyes and begin to comfortably drift asleep. You can hear the rain on the window to the bedroom. And then you start to hear this distant rumble of thunder. Just the most calming, distant rumble. And occasionally through your closed eyelids, you have this sense of perhaps a flash of lightning that somehow illuminated into the room. And then after many, many seconds, you hear that low, extended, distant rumble of thunder. A slightly bouncy rumble as the sound starts off low and seems to be punctuated by a few slightly larger but still distant and low rumbles, almost like notes within some background noise, and then ending with some even longer, lower distant rumbles. And as you drift deeper and deeper asleep, you never notice that thunderstorm getting any closer. Even if it did, you fall asleep long before then, just drifting asleep to that sound of the thunder, the sound of the rain on the window, the moments when that rain calms right down to just a smattering of raindrops. Then other moments where that rain increases and seems quite strong, almost like it's being blown straight at the window. And you drift deeper inside and fall comfortably and relaxed asleep. And as you sleep and begin to dream, you start to dream about being underwater. You notice that you're underwater in the sea, and you can hear the distant sound of whales, of dolphins, and in the distance you can just make out some silhouetted shapes of two humpback whales, seemingly just floating there, moving slowly through the water, so gracefully. And you continue to swim underwater, listening to the sounds, having that feeling almost like being underwater is making time slow right down. And as you have the sense of being underwater, so you start diving down deeper and deeper, until eventually you realize, as you're approaching the bottom, that you seem so small compared to everything around you. And this friendly seahorse comes over to you, and you realize that you're only half the size of the seahorse. And so you climb onto the back of that seahorse, and you ride that seahorse as it guides you and weaves in and out of the different rocks, weaves in and out of the seaweed. And you can feel that water rushing past your face as you hold on to that seahorse and enjoy the ride. And after a while, the seahorse starts to descend. And as it descends, so you notice how pure and white the sand looks down here, and how all the seaweed seems to be behind you, and that whiteness of the sand seems to stretch out in front of you in all directions. And the only thing you can see down here is half a coconut. And that half a coconut just seems to be resting on the sea floor and seems to be moving ever so slightly. You have this sense that maybe as the sea rolls back and forth overhead, perhaps the water is moving that coconut, and the seahorse takes you closer and closer. But when you get really close, you see some tentacles coming out from under the coconut, and then realize that it's an octopus under there, and that the octopus is trying to safely find its way along this open stretch of ocean floor. And on the back of the seahorse, you watch as that octopus continues to find its way to its destination, curious how it knows where it's going, because in every direction that you look, all you can see is white until it fades into the blueness of the ocean. And you notice the way that the sunlight dapples and moves across this white sand with the movement of the waves overhead. And see that the way the octopus is moving that coconut seems to be in time with the movement of that dappled light passing across the sand, as if it's trying to make itself look like it's just moving gently with the waves overhead. And you begin to recognize how intelligent that octopus is. And as the seahorse continues to head through the sea, with you on its back, riding it further and further away from the seaweed and the rocks, you notice a parrotfish seeming just to swim on its own, and it comes over inquisitively, seems to come alongside you, and with its eye looking over at you, seems to be studying you and trying to work out who you are, this strange little creature on the back of that seahorse. And then after a while of it looking at you, swimming around you and the seahorse, it swims off and begins to disappear off into the darkness, the blueness of the ocean. And now you're travelling far enough that as you look up, you can see those humpback whales overhead, just hovering there, gently moving in the water. And you see off in front of you what looks like a small area of rocks, almost like an oasis in all this smooth landscape. And the seahorse seems to be heading towards those rocks. And as it arrives at the rocks, it heads between the gaps in some of those rocks into what's like a small little cave. And then it seems to dive down deeper into the darkness between these rocks before popping itself up into what seems to be a slightly illuminated area. And then through the movement of its neck, it communicates to you that here is where you dismount. And so you dismount from the seahorse. You swim to the shore. You swim upwards and realize that you break the surface. And you pull yourself up onto the land and discover yourself in a cave. And you're still really small. And this cave seems to be proportionate to your size. And you start to walk, wondering what is illuminating this cave. And as you walk, you can hear your footsteps echoing. You can feel a warmth in this cave. And as you feel that warmth, you begin to dry off. You can notice the water evaporating from your clothes. And then you discover a lake of blue lava. And that blue lava looks thick and viscous and is flowing slowly within this cave and seems to have a slight blue flame over certain points of the lava, almost like occasionally some gas bursts through the lava, catching light, creating areas of the most beautiful blue flame above that glowing blue lava. And there's a stone bridge over the lava, and you head to that stone bridge. You follow that stone bridge over the lava and over to the other side of the cave. You continue to walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And as you walk deeper, so the temperature begins to change again, and you find yourself stood at a door and notice that you feel quite cool stood at this door, almost as if there's a coolness given off by the door. And as you open that door, you see the strangest sight. You see what looks like a beach, and a little way off from the shore you can see an ice island, and on that ice island you can see what looks like a family of penguins just resting there, huddled up, keeping themselves warm. And you walk from that door down towards the seashore, feeling those footsteps crunching through snow and icy sand. And you can feel the cold, and yet something about it feels calming and comfortable. As if it's not as cold as you would imagine. As if your eyes are telling you that it's going to be really cold, and yet your body is telling you that it's fine. And you notice at this moment that this gives you the realization that you're in a dream still, that you'd been so wrapped up and absorbed in the dream experience that you'd forgotten that you were dreaming. And it's only now that you're comfortable in a cold environment that you realize that you're still resting there in bed, drifting and dreaming. And you can hear that water just so slowly and gently lapping on the shore, almost as if the water is thicker than the water you're used to, as if it's so cold that it's almost turning to slush, that makes the sound of that water lapping on the shore sound different to what it sounds like when you're on the most beautiful tropical beach. And you notice that here the sky seems greyer, that there's undefined clouds in the sky. And then one of those penguins seems to jump off the island, and with barely a splash dives into that water, and then after a few moments springs out the water near the shore, landing on the shore and waddling over to you. And you crouch down to that penguin. And as you do, the penguin opens its mouth, and a piece of paper falls from its mouth, heads down towards your hand, and the wind catches that paper slightly, so you move your hand to catch the paper before it blows away. And you read that paper, and you see that the paper seems to have a message on it about the experience you're having. That paper says your mind creates your reality. And as you read that, the paper starts to become warm in your hands. And it gets warmer and warmer. And then you hear a slight fizzing coming from the paper, and you let go, and in a flash that paper turns into a flame and vanishes, totally burnt up before your eyes. And with that, you start to hear the sounds of birds, and your experience starts to fade away, as if somebody's gently turning the lights out on the experience. And then you become aware of the warmth of your bed, the feeling of the blanket over you, the feeling of your breathing in and out. And then you have that feeling of being in a land between wakefulness and sleep, where you know that you're lying there in bed, but you're so relaxed and in such a pleasant place in your mind. You don't yet awaken enough to get out of bed. Then after a while, as the bird sound outside increases, and you start to hear a scratching at your bedroom door, you know that it's time to get up. You get out of bed and get yourself sorted, and you head to your bedroom door. And sat the other side of your bedroom door is your large orange cat. And you pet the cat and head down to the kitchen. You make yourself some food and the cat some food. And the cat eats its food. And then once it's got its food, it seems to just walk away from you, as if it's had what it came for. It's got other things to do. And you look out of the window. You can see that it's a beautiful day. You can see that the rain is evaporating and drying outside, creating the most beautiful low mist. And you head outside. You can breathe in that fresh air, noticing how clean that air smells after the rain has been the night before. Hearing the sounds of the birds, the distant sound of rustling leaves of the trees. And you head off down a dirt track, heading on a walk down through the woods, all the way down to a canal. You arrive at the canal, and as you walk along the canal towards your canal boat, you see a mum and daughter riding along on a tandem, and they say good morning, and they slow down, and the daughter gets off and walks alongside with you and starts engaging in conversation with you. And the mum is still sitting on the bike, pushing with her legs, walking that bike along. And they walk along, talking with you for a little while. as they join you on your journey to that houseboat of yours. And once you get to the boat, they say goodbye, and they continue on the path on that bike. And you climb on board. You open the door at the back of the boat. You walk down to this narrow boat. And like every time that you board this boat, the first thing you do is put the kettle on, and the second thing is to sit down on the sofa and just take a moment to relax, almost as if every time you board this boat, it's an experience like it's the first time. The excitement of boarding this boat always feels like the first time boarding it. And you just rest there, close your eyes, you can hear the kettle boiling. And you can hear that gentle lapping of the water on the outside of the boat. The sounds of birds outside. And yet there's a certain stillness and silence to being on here. And you find your mind occasionally wandering to the dream that you had had the night before. Curious about any potential meaning from that dream. And after you've made a cup of tea, you sit down, just looking out of the window from this boat. Sometimes just coming down to this boat for somewhere quiet to go, somewhere you find almost meditative. And other times you take it on a journey down the canal, through the locks, out towards the lake. And so after your tea, you head back up outside the boat. You unmoor the boat. You start it up. And very slowly you begin to steer that boat along the canal, arriving at the first lock, passing through that lock very slowly, arriving at the second lock, and a third lock, before finally ending up out in the lake. And you drop anchor in the lake. You set up a chair on the top of the boat, and you just rest there with woodland around the outside of the lake, hills, the sun overhead, the sound of the gentle water lapping on the shore, lapping on the boat, the very slight movement of the boat in the water, the birds flying overhead. And you almost have this sense that just going down the road on a boat can feel so much like a holiday, being out here away from the shore, in a calm lake. and you read some more of your book that you were reading the day before. And as the sun is almost about to set, you make yourself some food and head back out again and sit and eat your food, watching the sun setting, watching the stars and moon appear in the sky, seeing the Milky Way arched overhead, with no lights around you and no lights on the boat. And as minutes gazing up at the sky turn into hours gazing up at the sky, your eyes begin to get used to the darkness. You can see the shooting stars as they streak across the sky. And you can notice the subtle colours in the sky, the twinkling of the stars. And you just lie back and rest there, staring up at the sky, feeling glad that today the sky is so clear, where the night before was raining and stormy. And you just gaze up and watch that sky for most of the night. And as you watch the sky, you see the strangest sight. You see what looks like an area of stars disappearing. And then another area of stars disappearing. And while you gaze up into the darkness, you notice that it appears as if a shadow is blocking out an area of stars and is moving slowly across the sky. And it appears to be moving in your direction. And then you hear this almost inaudible, almost more of a feeling hum that's so deep, it seems to almost reverberate within you, that you're unable to work out exactly whether it's a sound or a feeling. And as that shadow passes overhead, so you have this sense that because your eyes are so adjusted to the darkness, and you can see so many stars, like you can make out a shape to this object. And you make out that it appears to almost be a giant triangle, just slowly and quietly moving its way across the sky. That it seems to almost stretch from wingtip to wingtip, almost as wide as the lake, blocking out vast swathes of the stars overhead while it passes over your head. And as it passes over, so you stand up to turn around and continue watching. And you see it heading in the direction of the canal. But all you've got for the experience is that an area of stars couldn't be seen, that something clearly was blocking those stars. You don't know what it was. And you know that if you tell anyone that you saw a giant craft pass overhead, people would probably think you're talking about an alien spaceship, and you don't know whether that's what it is. All you know is that it wasn't technically probably in space. But you don't know whether it's alien-made or man-made. All you know is that it was an unidentified flying object, and that it seemed to be incredibly quiet and slow-moving. It didn't seem to have any obvious means of propulsion, and yet it had passed overhead. And if you were asked to describe it, you would say that it was probably a triangular shape. But you only know that from what you couldn't see rather than from what you could. You only know that from the absence of stars while it passed over, and inferring the shape it must be for what stars were disappearing and reappearing, that you wouldn't be able to say what it was made of, or even what colour it was, just that it was so dark you couldn't see it against the night sky. And you know that it's going to have your mind thinking long and hard, trying to work out what it was for years to come, and what it might mean to you and for you. And after you can no longer see it, you just settle back down onto that boat. And then as you begin to feel tired, you head inside the boat, taking your chair inside. You settle down for the night inside the boat. You read just a little bit more of that book. And then you realise that you're near the end of the book. So although you're tired, and now feeling more tired as you try really hard to stay awake to finish the book, you read all the way to the final page. You read all the way to the end. And then turn the page. And the page after the final page of text, you see a piece of tissue. And then pressed between that piece of tissue and another piece of tissue, you see some roses and a little note just saying "with love" and a cross. And you smile at the sight of that, knowing what that means to you. As you gently close that book, put it down beside you, settle down and snuggle down, and listening to the gentle lapping of the water against the boat, you drift and float gently asleep. And as the sun rises, So you wake yourself up. You turn the boat around to make your journey back home. To make that journey back to that cabin and that aquarium. And you head back through those locks. Head back along the canal. You moor your boat up where you set off from, aware that the next time you go out on the boat, you're going to have to head down the other direction through a couple of locks to a location you can turn it around if you want to go back to that lake. And you follow that path all the way back to that cabin. And back in the cabin, you check on the aquarium, make sure everything's okay. You have the ginger cat head over to you. You reach down, give them a pet, make sure they've got some food. You head around the side of the cabin, through a door, into the visitors' centre area. You go and set everything up. You set the main entrance to open. And then, having had a relaxing few days, you know you're back to working, to greeting people as they arrive to see the aquarium, for you to give them a tour and teach them about the animals. And teach them about the ocean. You have this idea in your mind of how you'll be able to share with the children about what it's like to perhaps be in the ocean swimming among the fish. Maybe engaging the children, talking to them about riding on the back of seahorses. And you spend the day working, and some of the people come in and just look around the aquarium. Others go to the cafe down the corridor. And some go to one of the two playgrounds. The indoor playground for children. It's like an ocean adventure where you get to go into a dark tunnel that represents being deep under the ocean, with glow-in-the-dark images around the side of jellyfish, of deep sea creatures. You get to head down a slide, like diving in a submarine, going deeper and deeper, and then coming out into a bull pit, which looks like an underwater volcano. spraying balls out of the middle that splash down and land in the pit. And then upstairs is an adult playground with really steep slides, with walls to climb, with precarious-looking rope ladders and rope bridges, and puzzles that allow them to be able to open a door to a secret entrance to a bar just for those adults. And in that bar, there's a window that looks down over the play area for the children. And so the adults that aren't really into having fun in the adult playground, if they can solve the puzzle, they can go through to the bar and just sit, lounge, and watch their children play. And they don't have to solve any puzzle to get back out again. And you just work all day with a smile on your face. As parents and children and other visitors arrive, enjoy the venue. Then at the end of the day, you check through the venue. You make sure everything's been cleaned and tidied. You lock up the venue, head back through the door to the cabin behind the aquarium. Relax down in front of the fire, having picked the next book that you'll read. And after reading some of that book, you head off to bed knowing that you'll be working, doing the same the next day, and that you enjoy this job of sharing your passion for the ocean and for nature. And you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep.